No, 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 no. Well, well, well. No, 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 no. Well, well, well. Well, well, on. No, me change the subject, no. Nah, here you know. You know when me have a deal, you know? A special request. You know when me have a deal, you know? You know when me have, you know when me have a deal, you know? know, a special request.
We're back. Just got off work, time to relax. Yup, let's go. We got a good one tonight. We're back on a Friday, 7 o'clock on the dot. And we have a great show. Lots of stuff to talk about. Obviously, Iran thing is the big news. It's gonna be a shit talking fest, largely on that part. Because frankly, I don't even know what the hell is real anymore on the internet, specifically surrounding this. Everything that I see is just nonstop flooding the zone with shit. And you come to find out that what I'm looking at, oh, it's Tehran, oh, it's Tel Aviv, oh, Netanyahu's dead. He's dead. He's been nuked. And then you go, wait, no, none of that's real. I didn't even know Khomeini was dead for like 2 days. Trump said it, and then everybody online was like, no. He's going to give a speech. He's giving a speech later today at 7 p.m. And I was like, okay. So I don't even know what the hell is real anymore. The fog of war is just crazy. But we're just going to look at some things that they're saying, the administration's saying. Some things that some pundits, or Alex Jones, we have him. Alex Jones is off the Trump train, boys and girls. And frankly, so am I. I've been off that shit, man. I can't believe it. This big Jewish shit show, as Nick Fuentes puts it. So anyways, we got that to talk about. Elijah Schaffer updates. He posted his response to what happened literally the next day after I streamed. I streamed on Friday. He posted it on like Saturday, and I'm like, great. Maybe Friday's not a prime spot for me to stream. All the good stuff I feel like always happens on the weekend. The Iran shit happened on the weekend as well. More Anthropic updates. We covered that last week as well. These people are absolutely heartless sellouts. And it's on it. I gave them this much praise. I gave Sam Altman this much praise. I gave Anthropic this much praise. And I get nothing. What do I expect? And then we have a couple other videos at the end that we may check out if we have time. We'll probably get some. Bernie Sanders posted a video talking about AI. So I thought, ooh, that could be spicy to check out. And then we got a couple other videos too. Should be a good show. I'm excited. Let's turn this down. I'm kind of pissed. I am kind of pissed though, because I'm doing everybody a service here. People who care. I know not everybody gives a shit about Elijah and the drama that's going on with him. I'm interested though, and I kind of am like, this is kind of weird, you know, what's going on with him. And this kind of coordinated attack from Milo. And this dossier that's been floating around. Where the hell did that come from, right? Well, he comes out with a response and he tells us what's going on. And it was like 2 hours long. And I'm like, bruh, you couldn't do this shit in like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. No, he had to go through the history of the universe. So I thought, fine, you know what? I'll take the time this week to go through it, bookmark some spots, get a general overview of what's going on, so I can condense it down into a bite-sized format for you people who might think, yeah, hey, maybe I'm kind of interested, but I don't care enough to go and watch 2-hour video. Look, not many people do. Not many people do have that much care for this subject and what's going on. Not many people really give a shit. But they might think, oh, well, if it's presented to me in this kind of format, I'll take a look at it. So we're going to do that, but I'm pissed because I literally spent all week going through it. I was going through it bits at a time, kind of marking down interesting stuff. And I was actually going through some of it at work we were pretty slow. So I was going through some of it while I was at work, and I had it written down on a Post-it note, and I fucking left it at work. So a lot of the time and effort I put into that portion is it's gone to the wind. It's not gone. I mean, it's at work, but it's like, you know, I'm doing it tonight, and like that's that. So, and I managed to pull some parts out of my ass that I have marked here, and then the rest I'm just going to go off of the general gist of what I went through. So that's fine. It's fine. Listen, it's fine. It's unfortunate, exactly. A little bit unfortunate. All my hard work for some right-wing e-drama. And, you know, that's of course. But we did, you know, I did go and find some of the interesting parts that I thought we could talk about. But yeah, should be good tonight. Should be exciting. Two-hour response from Elijah. It's probably heat. It was not heat. It was indeed not heat, bro. It was mud. It's honestly, a lot of it was just pointing the finger in another direction, and actually he never admitted, he never denied it, any of the allegations. So we're gonna get into that in a little bit, but yeah, it's interesting. I think there's a little more there. You know, I've been fairly negative towards him, and I still remain in that disposition, but I'm starting to understand with his response. I'm starting to see a little bit of a clearer picture, a little more nuance than maybe just off the rip of these two lovebirds, you know, breaking up marriages and shit. It's a little more than that, a little more in depth, although that is still a problem. Nick is stupid. Yeah, he can be stupid. What are you in reference to what, AA990? What are you talking about? I know he's been telling people to vote Democrat in the midterms, which is sussy baka. Although it does seem like there's a lot more. It does seem like there's a lot more Democrats who are coming out against the war than Republicans. You have like this dissident right sphere, kind of what we're a part of. And that's like a percentage of people. I actually think that's the majority of people. But then you have, you know, the people in Congress, the people who are going to be running for the midterms. And I think those people are largely in favor. They're pro. They're very on the MAGA team. So it's kind of like, what? So I kind of get it. I kind of get what he's saying, and also to pressure the GOP into actually doing something. But I don't know. I kind of don't think it even really matters. I'm kind of like black pill on voting in general. I think Kamala would have probably done the same thing. But anyways, he's trying to send he's trying to send a message, but I don't really know if that's gonna matter, man. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see. I don't even think I'm gonna vote in the midterms, man. I think I'm gonna sit it out for sure. I'm kind of done with this whole shit show, honestly. I'm kind of just checking out. Oh, I get it. I'm not verified. Anyways, we're going to get into it. We're going to get into it here in a moment. Please, before we do, make sure to follow me on X, JChem on YT. Subscribe to me on YouTube. Same exact thing, JChem on YT. Helps me out a ton. We're 12 away. We're 12 away from the big 3-0, the 3-0-0. We're so close. And my uncle, he's going to be the 300th subscriber. He said he will not subscribe until we get to 299. Until we get to 300, he will not subscribe. So we have to get to 300 soon. We have to get there soon. We're 12 away. We can do it. We can do it. Subscribe. JChem on YT. Follow me on X, JChem on YT. And like the stream as well. Helps me out a ton. That's all I ask for. Please. Please, let's rub my Uncle Rob's face in it. Come on. All right, let's turn this off. Anyways, let's see. Was that all the updates? Was that everything? I feel like there was something else. I tried a little bit of a different editing. I tried to put in on my last video. I put like a coming up, like a little more of an engagement hook in the beginning, because my other ones I was kind of just going straight into it. And I'm hoping, this video seems to be doing crap in the algorithm, but sometimes I think I put extra like kind of effort into the beginning editing, but sometimes I just think, people just don't give a shit. Like, okay, I don't think many people give a shit about Curtis Yarvin, right? I don't think many people even know who the fuck that is. So I'm kind of like, all right. I was like, oh, I put extra editing into this and then it just did shit in the algo. I'm like, come on, man. So what a puintless crap, But then I'm like, no, I'm going to keep trying at that. I'm going to keep doing that. I think that having like a hook in the beginning, pull people in a little bit, let them know what the video is about. I think that's probably a good move. I'll keep doing that. I'll keep along that editing style for now. Try that out. And we'll see how it goes. But yeah, check it out. Let me know what you think of it. Let me know if you liked it or if you think it's sloppy or you don't care. I don't know, one way or the other, but let me know. It's got to be a more drama-filled topic. I think people love stupid drama. Yeah, I know. See, like the Elijah Schaffer one's kind of doing all right. It's kind of getting up there. Anytime it's in the triple digits for me, I'm like, all right, I'm doing okay. The shit that's in the double digits, like I understand I'm low on subs, but if I get to triple digits, I'm happy. If I get to quad digits like this, I'm fucking jumping for joy. Let me get more of that shit. But it's got to be like clavicular hot topic. Elijah Schaffer at the time was like breaking news hot topic. I think people are still kind of like following up on it. I enjoy the editing personally. Okay, that's good. Yes. I'm going to continue with it. I'm going to keep, it's a little extra something at the beginning to get people to pull them in, to get them a taste of what they're going to be watching, because I also know people's attention spans are absolute dog shit. And if they see a 19-minute video, they might click on it, but if it just jumps right into it and it's just like, me reacting to something, some people go, oh, I don't have the time. But if they see a hook and they actually get a taste for what it is, they might be like, oh, okay, that's kind of more appealing to know what's coming up. I'm interested in that. I'll watch through, or I'll skim through. Maybe at the bare minimum, we'll skim through. Thank you for skimming. But yeah, 19-minute video. I know people are like, I'm not gonna watch that. Hell no. It's got to be like 2 minutes. Oh, phew. A JChem stream. I was stuck listening to an audiobook about how pathologizing autism is persecution. Pathologizing autism is persecution. How about 19 seconds? Right. Yeah. Yeah, maybe people will watch 19 seconds. No, dude, even shorts, it's like flip, 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 flip. Oh, naked lady. Flip, 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 flip. Right? Oh, oh. We're so cooked, man. We are so cooked. People's attention spans are so screwed. And it doesn't help that the zone is just flooded with shit and AI slop. And it's like, I feel like I know less about what's going on now than, years ago when it was like, even when we had only a handful of channels, CNN, Fox, MSNBC, right? It's like, I feel like I have less of a grip on world events now than I did back then when we had less information. I guess back then there was kind of like this understanding that like, okay, the information maybe had to be somewhat credible, somewhat relevant, but now it's just, random accounts are just posting trash from 15 years ago, 20 years ago. We're going to post an attack that happened years ago and say, this is Tel Aviv, guys. Look, it's just a total wasteland. And you're like, dude, this is Berlin, 1940, man. What the fuck? 1945. This is black and white, man. Well, the propaganda was a little more controlled. Yeah, less sporadic. Now, yeah, it's like any Yahoo gets on there and just starts posting random shit. And you have it's more slippery, right? It slips through your fingers even more. It's like sand now. Back then it was like a wet hot dog, right? But now it's just like complete sand. You're like, I have no fucking idea what's going on. Anyways, all right, let's get into it. Let's just jump right in. Okay, so I don't know if you guys remember last week, or was it the week before? I don't know. It was one of my last few streams. We talked about Anthropic, and the CEO of Anthropic, basically, this is just going to be a refresher real quick. He had a contract with the Department of War, and the Department of War basically wanted to have complete control over his AI systems in the case of their use of it, right? But the CEO of Anthropic basically he stopped it, and he said, look, I don't want to give you guys the full reins to this because of these two reasons. Mass domestic surveillance. They support the use of AI for lawful foreign intelligence and counterintelligence missions, but use of the systems on domestic surveillance is incompatible with democratic values. Okay, that seems pretty normal, pretty middle of the road. The second thing he said was he doesn't want to have fully autonomous weapons. Partially autonomous weapons like those used today in Ukraine are vital for the defense of democracy. Even fully autonomous weapons, those that take humans out of the loop entirely and automate selecting and engaging targets, may prove critical for our national defense. But today, frontier AI systems are simply not reliable enough to power fully autonomous weapons, right? He doesn't want robots to just, they don't have the decision making, at least like what he said, at this current time that a human does. And he had these two stipulations on giving his AI model over to the Department of War. He said, I don't want these two things, right? These are anti-human elements. But the Department of War basically just said, look, dog, if you don't give us this shit, we're gonna mark you as a supply chain risk. And they ended up doing that. Now, at that time, Sam Altman, OpenAI CEO, came out in support. He came out in support of Anthropic and said, look, man, I'm fully on board with them. He was in an interview and he was on his side. Just before the Iran war happened, he flip-flopped and he instantly took the deal with the contract with the Department of War. This was on February 27th. So literally, I think that the Iran war was started right like in the middle of the night, the February 28th. So this is like right before it started. And brutal ratio here. So this flew under the radar. I gave Sam a shitload of credit. I said, look, hey, as much as I shit talk him, this was a good move. This was a good step towards maintaining our individual sovereignty in the face of mass AI digital surveillance. and automated weapons, right? This was great for somebody to step in and actually say, no, we're not going to do this. Is there any limit? I thought, is there any limit to where these people are going to say, no, we're going to stop here in the replacement of humans in the workforce? No. And just completely altering our minds and use of propaganda on X or wherever, Instagram, whatever. No, AI, facial recognition. No, they didn't care about any of that. But this, they drew a line in the sand and they said, we're not going to allow for this. And I was like, thank God there's some avenue that these people aren't going to just give away their models to. There's some avenue that they're going to draw a line in the sand. And I gave him a little bit of credit, but I spoke too soon. Because then he says, Sam Altman on X says, tonight we reached an agreement with the Department of War to deploy our models in their classified network. In all of our interactions, the Department of War displayed a deep respect for safety and a desire to partner to achieve the best possible outcome. AI safety and wide distribution of benefits are the core of our mission. Two of our most important safety principles are prohibitions on domestic mass surveillance and human responsibility for the use of force, including for autonomous weapon systems. The Department of War agrees with these principles, reflects them in law and policy, and we put them into our agreement. We also build technical safeguards to ensure our models behave as they should, which the Department of War also wanted. We will deploy FDEs to help with our models, and to ensure their safety, we will deploy on cloud networks only. We are asking the DOW to offer the same terms to all AI companies, which in our opinion, we think everyone should be willing to accept. We've expressed our strong desire to see things de-escalate away from any legal and governmental actions and towards reasonable agreements. We remain committed to serve all of humanity as best we can. Oh, I'm sure you do, bud. The world is a complicated, messy, and sometimes dangerous place. That last line is like so millennial coded. The world is so complicated and messy. You just sometimes you just got to go in there. You just got to go. You just got to go for it. It's just like, what a crazy turnaround that was. That was like within a day. He's on the side of Anthropic, and then he ends up getting shafted, gets marked as a supply chain risk. They sever the contract with him, and then he jumps into the place to undercut him to say, no, I will take it. I'll take it, actually. Thank you. Mass surveillance and automated weapons are the exact reason the Department of War wants AI. Absolutely. And it's like, you don't have to be a genius to see the connection here. You have people in the Israeli government, Netanyahu most notably, saying, we're fighting an eighth front war and how we need to control information on TikTok and X and Instagram and all these websites. And then at the same time, you know, they're guiding our foreign policy. They're very prominent in positions of power in the government. This weird dispensationalist, evangelical, Zionist cult is basically running things for the Trump administration. And then they're pushing to have these AI models to be used however the DOW sees fit. For mass surveillance? No, we would never. But it's like, the control that Israel and the Zionists have over this country, who can sit here and not put those two together and say, okay, I don't know, bud. It's crazy, and it's gonna be scary, man. I think that I hate to blackpill, I hate to doomer pill. I just had a conversation with one of my customers earlier today, and I like could visibly see his face get upset. We were talking about AI. And he said something about, why doesn't AI, oh, bless his heart. He said, why don't we use AI to train Gen Z for jobs, to get them more prepared for jobs? And I said, look, man, you're not going to like the answer, but it's got nothing to do with Gen Z. Gen Z, they're kind of, this is pulling the ladder up underneath them. Gen Z are going to be basically serfs, and it's there's going to be continual collapse of the jobs available in the market due to AI. So why would they want to train these people when the AI is there to replace them? And I think Gen Alpha is going to be even a worse position. Sorry. Bless his heart. Yes, bless his heart. I think that's a great idea. Yes, I think that's a fantastic idea. We should be using AI to further humans and humanity and making our lives better and easier. That's I agree. That would be awesome. We should be training people. But then you get, I told him, Sam Altman literally said in an interview where they said, don't these data centers take up so much energy? Don't they use so much energy? And Sam says, no, training a human takes a lot of energy. Raising a human and training them, that takes a lot of food and shelter. I said that to him and his face just went. And I was like, shit, dude, this shit's blackpilling. I'm sorry. But I feel like it just you cannot skirt around it. There is an obvious anti-human element to these people's motives. It doesn't matter how they gloss it up, right? It doesn't matter how much flowery language they use. Even with Elon saying universal high income, right? Even that, it's like, okay, what does that mean? Well, that means people aren't going to have jobs. And we're going to pay for people to just live, just survive. People are going to, it's going to be universal high. We're all going to be billionaires. Whoa. Like, no, I actually don't think that's the case. I think there's a lot of people who are going to be out of work and they're going to be living a meaningless life. And they're actually going to just be sunset into their death. They're like, we're just going to push you off. And that's going to be that. I think all his population control is absolutely like right on. This is exactly what they want. They're right on schedule. Having less kids because there's less jobs, because there's less need for them. They're useless eaters. I actually used that term when I was talking to him, which was probably a bad move. I gotta like regulate my speech a little more with these people, with the normie class, because I think a lot of them are like, just you're just not tapped in to the same degree that we here are, and that's okay. Not everybody needs to be. But then he eventually came to the same conclusion by the end of that conversation as I have been, where he said, I'm just going to focus on myself, my family, getting the best for my kids, creating the best environment, building, and focusing on my locale. And I said, look, dude, that's what I'm doing, because I don't think that there's the avenues of higher, this kind of high order thinking, these kind of pushing yourself to the elite status is like, I think this is just a waste of time to think about stuff like that. You have to focus on yourself. You have to get yourself right. You have to create as best you can. You have to take control of the things that you have control over, because I think a lot of these other things are getting way out of our grasp, out of our reach. So when did the nut take over the nut house? Right. When did that happen? But yeah, it's a little blackpilling. The Department of War displayed a deep respect for safety and a desire to partner to achieve the best possible outcome. Oh man. I also don't know how people, like, they've already been doing mass surveillance on us since 9/11. I mean, what was total information awareness? What was the Patriot Act? I mean, that's all mass surveillance on the American people. Palantir is going to be used for pre-crime. What was that Whitney Webb clip we watched where she talked about Carbine? It was like AI police phones, 911 dispatchers and stuff like that. Man, it's sketchy. He went from nonprofit to for-profit to the Department of War. That went fast. Yes, it did. How private are our phones? Not at all. Even not even having a phone. Even if you didn't have a phone, there's still a billion microphones in your house. Cameras and whatnot. So he flipped the script. He just said, I'm taking it. I'm taking a contract. I'll do it. I'll sell out for you guys. And then we got the CEO of Anthropic here saying he did a 180 in live interview. And this is what's crazy is that this is the real crazy clip because he was staunchly against the Department of War and what they were asking him to do, give over the reins to his AI model, Claude, for them to do whatever they want. He was against that. Now he's coming out basically saying, look, masters, look, Department of War, look, MAGA movement, Chairman Trump. We love you. We love you. We actually think you're doing a spectacular job. And he's basically doing a 180 on all the shit he was flinging.
So yeah, I want to completely apologize for this memo. So I want to make sure that people understand, right? Like this was something written on Friday after the following three things had happened. The president tweeted removing all Anthropic services from the federal government. The Secretary of War tweeted designating us a supply chain risk with a kind of broader version of the designation than the one that ultimately ended up actually being applied. And then there was this deal between one of the other AI model providers and the Department of War that I think even that model provider later described as, I don't remember the exact words, but
opportunistic.
Yeah, I was going to say confusing, right? So basically all these three things happened within a few hours, in kind of sequence, from each other. We didn't know ahead of time what was going to happen, when it was going to happen. So it was among the most disorienting times in Anthropic's history. The other side of it is, I think Anthropic has an internal culture where I post a lot. Like some people describe this as a memo. I wouldn't describe it as that. Like I post things in Slack. I post them a lot. And the culture within the company is that I'm very free. And it's not like a considered, it's not like a really considered or refined version of my thinking, right? It's not what I would say on reflection.
You've been very clear now. You've apologized for the memo. Have you apologized to President Trump? Will you apologize to him?
I've apologized to the people that I've talked to within the DOW. I'm happy to speak to others within the administration as well. I kind of don't know what will happen in the future, but I'm really happy to
speak to anyone. Wow. So he's like, I've apologized. Look, guys, I'm sorry. This is your based Jewish fascism, sir. Your based Jewish dictator, sir. Like, give me a break, dude. What the hell did they do to this guy? Pressuring the shit out of him and his company, designating him supply chain risk, and then just saying, you have a litany of other goofballs you can pick from. Oh, Sam Altman. Boom. We're going to the next guy. You're dead. Mr. Dario, you're dead in the water. Your contracts are up. We're going to pressure you. By using the market, we're going to pressure you into bending the knee. I mean, what the hell is this? What the hell country is it? I mean, look, the woke tards have been bitching and moaning about fascism and Hitler and all this shit for the last 10, 15 years that it really has no meaning anymore. But when I look at this, I'm like, is this not basically just fascism? You just have to bend the knee and apologize to the administration, to your lovely leader, Trump. Oh my gosh. Hey, this is what everybody wanted, right? We want a dictator. We want a dictator to come in and lay down the law. Wait. Not like this. Wait. Not like that. War in Iran without any congressional approval, without asking anybody. You're just doing things. What the hell? Mass surveillance, domestic surveillance. Wait. I thought I would get my government mandated trad goth e-girl, my trad goth e-girl wife. Shit. I have mixed feelings about Fridays. On the one hand, Friday is my worst day at work. On the other hand, J Money streams on Fridays. Well, you have a shit day at work and then you come out and hang out with us. Adorable Waffles in chat was saying the same thing. She just got off work. Time to hang out, time to relax. Maybe get a glass of wine. Maybe get a beer. Maybe get a beverage and just vibe out, hang out. We'll try not to be too blackpilling. And we got some fun drama coming up, so we'll take a break from this in the before we get into the Iran shit. Please, and then Elon Musk comes in, and here's the backbreaker here. Here is the jumping jack bum ass idiot who comes in from the rear. Watch out, watch out, watch out, Elon Musk from the rafters. Grok, please do an extremely vulgar roast of Dario's groveling. No holds barred. Based. Let's do it. Let's see what Grok conjured up. Make a safe for work image of your roast of Dario somehow. Holy shit. Dario, you sniveling ballless oh, I'm not going to read this. Love the blaze of the sneakers. Did you run here from the future? Also, sitting that still for this long, are you meditating or just buffering? And he covers them in mayonnaise. This is wonderful. Dude, isn't this so funny? This fucking website, man. These people. Hey, but they're not woke. They're based. They're based. AI slop, yeah. Literal trash. And dude, this guy did a 180 on this. And look, it's not his fault. Like, they pressured him. They clearly probably took him out back and whooped his ass. And told him, you better apologize. Look how much we do for you. You better apologize. And say thank you afterwards as well. Say thank you for the beatings. Say thank you for the beatings, Mr. Trump. And then, you know, and then he, so like, I don't blame that. Like, look, you gotta do what you gotta do to get by. But just the, you know, twisting of the blade by Elon Musk is just, oh man. And all those people outside of Anthropic in San Francisco, we watched that clip last week. They were all saying thank you. They wrote down on the in front of his building on the sidewalk. Thank you, Anthropic. Thank you for taking a stand against mass surveillance and for our individual civil liberties. Thank you for trying to prevent potential techno tyranny. And now he's just like, look, man, I'm sorry. I apologize. I've apologized. Absolute cinema, dude. These people, this website is just like, it's like propaganda for the technocrats. That's what this website is. And if you don't realize that, you're not going to make it. AI slop, and I like AI. Yeah, that's the thing too, is that AI as a tool, I think can be great, but it's just all about, all these things are tools, right? And it's just about who's wielding the tool, who's creating it, who's pushing it, who's using it. And do they have people's interests in mind, or are they out for themselves? And it seems like it's very much so that they're out for themselves. So a little depressing. Sam, fuck you. Sam Altman. We will now return and commence with the shit talking of Sam Altman at any given chance. The homosexual Sam Altman. We now commence. We now go back to our regularly scheduled programming. I'm figuring out which websites are totally controlled by which ones I can't see the war through. I'm figuring out which websites are totally controlled by which ones I can't see the war through. I'm not sure I understand what I mean, the Iran war, but I don't know what that means. Because this website, man, X is just a cesspit. Like, after the Iran shit popped off, it's just been nonstop slop. Just misinformation, just conflicting accounts of everything. Seltzer, H2O, vanilla extract, heavy cream. That's what I'm feeling. Oh, there you go. I got some coffee. I'm getting caffeinated. Oh man. All right. So we're going to move along. This is just, this is just brutal. I can't, the humiliation ritual, the AI humiliation ritual. Anytime you do not do what we want you to do, we're going to put you in a dress and cover you in mayonnaise. Excellent. And frankly, I don't even know that much about this Dario guy, really. I don't know that much about him, but just the fact that he would take that line in the sand, I was like, look, that move in and of itself is good for me, but yeah. All right, we're going to move along. We're going to look at some of the Elijah response. Recap. Elijah was months ago embroiled he's still embroiled in a lawsuit with Alexis Wilkinson, who is Kash Patel's girlfriend, for basically defamation. I don't even know, just for slandering her, saying she was an Israeli op. And they essentially are like, no, that's where we draw the line. And they're suing him for that, which is crazy. Fast forward a few months, this dossier gets leaked that shows it was leaked through Milo, he's a snaky character and you can't really trust him. And it leaked where it said basically he was sleeping with Sarah Stock, another prominent trad conservative e-girl, which appeared to be true because she logged off completely. And he's still here, and he's not even really denying any of the allegations. He just keeps saying, I'm a man and my dick works and this is the Matrix trying to get me and I'm not going to let, so he's like doubling down on it. Not that he's necessarily saying that what he did was good, but that the repercussions and the kind of social outcry that people have had, he's saying that's all overblown and you don't need to worry about that shit. And some of it to me is just like, no, I don't know. I think people have a right to say like, look, man, you want to come off as a conservative, you want to come off as traditional, you want to wear the Orthodox cross, and like every freaking video I see. I mean, even this video, the thumbnail, he has the cross in it. I mean, right there. I don't know if you guys can see it. Yeah. Right here. So it's like, I don't know. It's just weird when then you come out, we've come to find out that you're sleeping with another trad e-girl and all, and you're getting divorced and breaking up your marriage. But from his side of the story, we're going to listen to some of what he has to say. From his side of the story, there's a little more than meets the eye with what's going on. And I even said that too. I said, this is very weird how this came out when it did. This kind of coordinated attack, this dossier dropping, Milo, who's almost certainly a Fed. And also now looking back on it, right before the Iran war, right before that started. I think that's not a coincidence either. I think that at any avenue they can, they will try and tear down people who are against the Zionist regime in America and abroad. And at any chance they get, they're going to sink their fangs into people like that to try and tear them down. So I do think that's also happening. And I did make a note of that on the last stream I had where I thought, there's something going on here. He thinks my wife is a spy. Sue him for $1 million bajillion. Yep. The head of the FBI, his girlfriend. Wow. Whoops. They're really, I think they're testing the waters. I feel like a lot of this shit is like, this administration's testing the waters of like, can we get away with being authoritarian? Like, how far can we get away? And like, they're testing it out on people, like Elijah's one of them, where they're like, let's just like straight up sue people who talk shit about us. It's probably not going to result in what they want it to result in, but even the fact of being sued by such a large institution backing you, right, as the FBI, as the DOJ, that enough can ruin someone. Just the lawsuit itself. They don't even have to get the $1 million or whatever. But anyways, these things are happening in tandem against him. He is in a shitload of trouble. He's going through hell. So let's check out some of his response. This video is 2 hours. We're not going to watch the whole thing. We're going to watch some clips here I have. I had way more marked, but I forgot them. I lost them at work. So forgive me. But yeah, let's take a look at this. Hub shrubs, yeah.
But these blackmail artists who took private matters as well as many, many false and fabricated statements about myself, they had two requirements. One, I had to delete my social media or decide to log off for 1 year. And I had to check myself into rehab.
Log
Of course,
off
when
for
you
1
ask
year.
each one of them, what am I going to rehab for? They don't really have the answer. It's always this drug or that drug. I am on no illegal substances, and I'm not abusing alcohol. I am not abusing any prescription medication at all, period. And I've already been evaluated by a psychiatrist who's cleared me and said, actually, yeah, there's no reason for you to go to rehab at all. I also want to say to the people who are struggling with substance abuse.
Okay. Then he goes on to say basically like, oh, you shouldn't be ashamed. All right. So the demands were, what did he say? You had to give up your YouTube channel for a year. That was it, for a year. Interesting, right? And interesting now that we know about the Iran thing going on. They're like, look, just in the beginning portions of this, we need you to shut the hell up about Israel. And I suspect they're going to try and do this with more people as well. But then they also wanted him to check himself into rehab, which is interesting. Because we come to find out that the two people who were involved in this were Milo Yiannopoulos and Eli McGarvey, who is his wife's brother. So his brother-in-law, who apparently worked for him, is the second person who basically got this dossier together in conjunction with Milo to throw him under the bus. And so I think that some of the rehab stuff, he keeps saying, look, I don't have problems with alcohol. I don't have problems with drugs, but I actually think that because it's your wife's brother, and one of the stipulations is, you know, the shutting down the channel, I think that's clearly political, right? But the rehab thing, I think, you know, I actually think there might be some credibility to that. Somebody who's close to his family, somebody who's close to his wife, I think he probably does abuse alcohol. And based on that audio recording we heard, he sounded drunk as shit. He sounded like he had one too many beers, and he probably does get a little abusive when he drinks. Now, maybe he's working on it. Look, I don't know, but I think there probably is something there where he probably has been kind of abusive when he drinks, and his wife probably talks to her brother, and that was one of the stipulations. Hey, go to rehab, bro. He put that Tazo on the table to prove he is right. No, apparently Earl Grey is like one of the nicknames of the McGarvey guy, his brother-in-law. LOL, I already don't believe that. Yeah. He does a lot of this God stuff too. He quotes a lot of scripture in here, and like, that's, you know, good for him. He talks about how he's a new Christian the last several months. Good for him. I hope he goes down that path. It's just that his actions after the fact are totally doubling down, tripling down on what he did. And I think, like, look, dude, this is basically what I surmise, is that there's two things happening here at once. It's like what they did was not right, but like he doesn't deny any of them. And what we're about to see in a minute in the clip is like he tries to do this sneaky thing where he says, I've never slept with an engaged or married woman. And you're like, okay, so if Sarah Stock wasn't engaged at the time, it's still like you're cheating on your wife, and B, if she was dating some guy who they were thinking about being engaged, like, dude, that's still kind of snaky too. And I don't know if she was a virgin or not. She said she was, and that was prior to this whole engagement she had with Elijah. So what if she was? What if she was a virgin? She was waiting for marriage. They get together. He sleeps with her. Like, nah, man, that's kind of fucked up. This guy is kind of getting he's getting the guy she's just married is getting the raw end of the deal. But you have that whole thing, and there was one other thing I was about to say, but I lost my train of thought. Anyways, I don't know. I also think he's just got problems himself. He seriously looks like an ad plant. Yeah, and another thing too is just like he's trying to like hypnotize us with this shit in the background. I'm like, what is this, dude? I will not be hypnotized by you, Elijah. I kind of wonder what society was like 1,000 or 2 years ago when everyone was drinking all the time. Like most of our social dynamics evolved for that scenario. I wish we could hear that guy's story. Maybe he's doing the Christian stuff to virtue signal. Yeah, I know. That's what I like. Some of these people, like, you don't know. And a lot of these people come out here and they hold the cross up and they say, oh, I'm a base Catholic groiper, I'm a base ortho bro, whatever. And then it's like you come to find out from these people, you're like, oh, you're like doing a lot of crazy shit behind the scenes. And I'm not saying, look, people, nobody's perfect. I understand that, but this was like not that long ago, bro. This was not that long ago. And you've been a right-wing conservative figure for like 10 years now. This isn't like shit you did when you were a teenager. But what I'm hoping for on this is that this propels him to being more holy. And it sounds like some of this in here is that he is talking about, I'm going to the Orthodox Church. I'm a catechumen. I'm working this out. Look, great, man. Do that. Do that. Do not go down the Andrew Tate route. That is death, right? That is death. That is soulless. That is garbage. Do not go down that route. But it seems like he wants to.
That I never have sex with an engaged or married because it's untrue. Secondly, that I broke up Sarah's marriage. I'm going to tell you this, guys. Not only did I never have sex with an engaged or married Sarah, but I also have never had
stipulation
sex with
on
any
there?
other engaged or married woman other than my wife throughout my entire life, even before I met her. So this whole narrative was given to you to distract you and to cripple me financially and destroy my.
You see how he makes that little stipulation there? Like, I've never had sex with a married or engaged woman other than my wife. Yeah, she's married to you, you idiot. What the fuck? Come on, bro. Come on.
Life. So it took me time to put this all together, which we have very, very, very carefully documented for legal reasons. Everybody who's involved, how they attempted to destroy my company, how they exploited my marriage. But while I had to do this, they decided to distract all of you with just another little morsel of gossip in order to destroy my public reputation so that in the end, you would think what? Oh, well, he deserves all the bad that's happening to him. And what bad is going to happen to me? A trial with the FBI, which we'll get into much later.
No, that's separate. And I totally agree. That's a separate thing. That's some weird Jewish fascism that we're all enduring right now. And I feel bad for him on that front. That's fucking ridiculous. But what I think what's happening with him, and he says this, is that his marriage was already on the rocks. He talked about how he basically had to live with his wife's, his mother-in-law and his father-in-law, so his wife's parents. He had to like live with them. They were structuring the schedule with their kids all around, and that he had to follow this regimented schedule. So much to the point to where he said, I couldn't even be intimate with my wife. She said we had to follow the schedule, and the mom kept basically butting into the middle of things. Honestly, absolute disaster. And I think that's probably true. That probably is happening. That probably led him to drink. That probably led him to step out, right? He sees this cute blonde girl and he's like, yo. And that's what he says. He's like, look, she was depriving me of intimacy, and that was fucked up. They were sleeping in different rooms as well. So this whole thing is like, this was happening. It's boiling and boiling and boiling. And his brother-in-law essentially ratted him out to the worst snake of all time, Milo Yiannopoulos. And they're using that as a justification to get him to stop talking about Israel and Zionism. And they're trying to pressure him out of the political light. I think these two things are happening in tandem. And I think he is wrong for sleeping with Sarah Stock and stepping on his wife. I think he's wrong for that too. You know, there's multiple angles here that you could look at this. I think the drama, looking at just the drama side of, oh my gosh, this conservative influencer did this. It's like, yeah, you can look at it in that angle, but I think this personal stuff with his family, man, you don't ever want to be in that situation to where you have to fight. You're not only fighting with your wife, but you're fighting with your wife's family. Okay. And then you have this slimy asshole, her brother, basically who was working for you, recording conversations you had at work. He was the one who recorded the conversation with Sarah Stock, the one we listened to, where she told him, oh, he gave me Benadryl, and oh, I don't know, I'm not trying to like when she said like 1,000 times, I'm not trying to not take blame or whatever, but like he kind of like gave me like Benadryl, like that was him. That was Eli, apparently, is what this is alleged from his end. That was Eli, whatever the hell her name is. What's the guy's name? I just said it a moment ago. I'm trying to remember. McGarvey, Eli McGarvey. So that was him who basically, Eli McGarvey, his brother-in-law, was the one talking to Sarah Stock on the phone that night, allegedly from Elijah's mouth. I love how Sarah Stock rejected him after cheating with him. That's my favorite part. I like how Sarah Stock just stepped out of the limelight too. I think that's probably the right move. I think he should have taken some time away is what he should do. Like what he should probably do is like take a step down. Like, look, man, this is embarrassing. Like get your shit together. He lost his car too. He lost all this shit, in which he eventually ended up, he said he found it in like Virginia or something weird. It was like somebody stole his car. You know, he's got a bunch of crap going on. Plus, I think there is substance abuse going on. I think that he is an alcoholic. And then the divorce and also this lawsuit. Like he probably should just take a step back and say like, look, I'm going to just chill on the political stuff on Rift TV for right now. Maybe give the reins over to somebody else. There's probably some, if he's on Nick Fuentes' side, give it to some young Groiper. Give it to Kai or something. Like I bet you there's some Groiper out there who would take over in a heartbeat. And that's an opportunity for somebody. Then you in the background do get your shit that you need to get done and keep backing these people politically. If you want to back the anti-Zionist crowd, keep doing them, keep helping them out, but get your shit together. I think that would have probably been the best move. But he wants to say, no, man, I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to let these people win. And it's like, I don't know, man.
It's currently going to trial on my what? On my reputation. So it would make you wonder, as we'll talk about some coincidences, on the same day this dossier went public, and you guys all found out about my alleged affair and insane nonsense like that I had abortions or a pimp house and just absolute libel. What also happened? Well, the federal court gave us a rush judgment saying that they're not going to accept my dismissal and that I'm actually going to have to go to trial for a $5 million lawsuit based off of what? Not just my anti-Semitic or anti-Israel comments that were contained in the lawsuit, but now I'm going to stand trial for everything I've said about Israel. This is documented in court. Everything that I've said before the lawsuit, during the lawsuit, and now. And the only way that I can save my ass is to what? Just like my wife, just like her brother, just like my sister, just like my friends who don't know me, just like Milo, who says I need to delete my social media. They said one thing, just stop talking about Israel. If I don't talk about Israel anymore, well, I'm going to be safe for my trial. But unfortunately for them, we're going to have to talk a lot about Israel. And that's why you should trust me, because I will fight for you. I'm not going to let this slide.
I don't like that
every single
angling.
person accountable who did this. And if you guys believed a gay Jew over a brand new Christian who has a deep history of defending your rights, of standing up for righteousness, exposing the BLM riots, getting a shout out from Trump saying, if I hadn't done the work I did, we wouldn't have known how evil these communists were destroying our country. I even created copycats of journalists who had the bravery because of my work.
All right, we're going to go to the next clip. But I don't like that. I hate that angling that these people are all taking now, is that like, if you don't let me slide with anything I do, no matter what it is, and I'm a quote unquote right wing pundit, well then you're on the side of woke, you're on the side of Israel. It's like, again, we can think a little more here than this dialectic of woke and based and not woke, right? We can think a little. We can hold a couple more positions in our mind. I think we can do it. I think we're allowed to do that. I think Christians and conservatives are absolutely in the right to say, look, if you're cheating on your wife and you're not even denying it, that's fucked up, man. Especially if you're coming at it from you're coming at your whole brand is Christian, right? Your whole brand is conservative and right wing. Like if that's your brand, that's a little fucked up. But then we can also say, yeah, there probably is political motivations for what's happening too. And it probably does have to do with Israel. I think that's true as well. But he wants to shirk all responsibility and say he had nothing to do with it. And it's like, dude, I don't know, man. And again, you know, even if he was just stepping out on like with random chicks, you know, like if he was going to like a brothel or something, that might be one thing where it's like, that's private. You know, it's kind of like, man, but like he's sleeping with another influencer who he worked with, right? Who was on his show. That's where you go, okay, this is a public fiasco, man.
Obviously, I'm leaving a lot out in between because for court reasons, they don't want me to tell you a lot of the details of our day-to-day life. But the night that I got divorced was very weird. My chief of staff was over at my house, so I have witnesses. They told me, look, you're divorced. You need to live in a separate house. I posed no threat, never had any violence towards my wife. I was literally just hanging out with my employee. And they accused me that night. They said, you've been drinking this week. You're on drugs. This week? And I go, no, I'm not. And this is where this started happening, where I started going, wait a second, what? And her brother, Eli James McGarvey, where we introduced to him, who's Francis Moon on this dossier, he says, yeah, you know, you've been throwing up recently, and we know you're drinking. And I go, I have a sensitive stomach. I've had a sensitive stomach since I was a kid. Sometimes I smoke too many cigars and I throw up. It's not a weird thing. I'm going, what? And then they go, yeah. And then you...
Maybe. That's kind of weird. You've been throwing up a lot. Well, I have a sensitive stomach. That's kind of, I mean, maybe. I feel like if I see people throwing up, I feel like there's something wrong with them. But I guess you can have some sort of, you know, like chronic illness or something, I guess. But he doesn't even say that. He says he just has a sensitive stomach. Okay.
You know, you're on drugs. You fell asleep on Christmas on the couch. I'm like, I took a nap on my couch on Christmas after spending $5,000 on gifts for you guys. I'm being villainized for a nap? And this sort of like control, that's what it was. It was like, we're telling you what your life is. And I'm going, okay, guys, so I thought it was a joke, for instance, for a second. I'll go, wait. We're getting a divorce because I took a nap? And because I'm on drugs that I'm not on, I'm drinking, and everyone knows I hadn't had a sip of alcohol for many months because she'd asked me to stop during this time. I didn't have any.
What? I think he just admitted it right there. She asked him to stop. Why would you ask him to stop if it wasn't a problem? Let's watch that back. Let's rewind that.
Everyone knows I hadn't had a sip of alcohol for many months. I'm on drugs that I'm not on. I'm drinking, and everyone knows I hadn't had a sip of alcohol for many months because she'd asked me to stop during this time. I didn't have any alcohol, period.
Why did she ask you to stop, Elijah? Why did she ask you to stop? Probably because you were drinking a little too much and you were being abusive, as we heard in that video. You're being real nasty, bud. You were being real nasty. I didn't like it. It hurt my feelings. I think that's probably true. I think he abuses drugs and alcohol. At least alcohol. I don't know about the drugs, but alcohol, I think he drinks a lot. And she asked him to stop. And he said, everybody knew that I wasn't drinking at this time. Everybody knew that I hadn't had a sip of alcohol for months because she asked me not to stop drinking. You only ask somebody to stop drinking if they're drinking too much and they're being belligerent. He's still lying. Yeah, I think he is lying about this is what we got to parse through this because Milo's shit. I don't think all this crap about what they're, like he said, the abortion thing, like, I don't know if that's true. I would, it's tough for me to believe that. Yeah. Abortion. And he's going to, what do you say? Brothels and stuff. I mean, maybe he is, I don't really know, but they always mix in these extreme things with real things. So it's tough to parse through. And I think that he's doing the opposite. He's downplaying things that are maybe a little more than no big deal. No big deal, guys. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, Or the thing is, what happens is another way that people lie is that they might be okay now. Like maybe he's good now. Maybe he hasn't drank for 6 months now, but at the time he was drinking every day. So like now he feels like, oh yeah, I don't drink. I don't have any problems. I don't need rehab. What do I need anything for? And it's like, okay, yeah, you haven't been doing anything currently. And maybe you're on the right path, but at the time there was a legitimate problem. I haven't even heard his wife's side of the story, and I already don't buy his. Yeah, he's in too deep. Yep. Doesn't everyone fall asleep on the couch at Christmas? Yeah, but not everybody throws up beforehand. Not everybody falls asleep in their own vomit. That's something that I don't ever do. He seems somewhat normal in this video. Maybe Elijah should go away for a while. Yeah, and there's actually another video, which we'll check it out here, where he's on with Joel Webbin, and I'm almost certain he's drunk.
Not even a drip. And yet they're telling me in my house, you need to leave, you are drinking. And I'm like, no, this is weird. I got to talk to my wife. They wouldn't let me speak to her. Now, obviously, me and my wife have been romantically separated, as I mentioned at the beginning of the video.
He talks about how her father tried to block him from entering the house at one point, and actually was trying to bait him into hitting him. So that's the point we're at. And look, they might be insane too. I've dealt with in-laws, not personally, but I've had family who have dealt with difficult in-laws, and it's like, dude, you got to just completely, if you're married, man, you have to first and foremost take your wife or your husband's side above your family. Like you know, because if you're in this thing where you were kind of creating this us versus them mentality, and it's like one person versus a whole family, like that's where it's like, oh man, you're pushing that person into a position like Elijah where he's going to be stepping out. And then we just pedal to the metal. And it's like, you can't do that. You have to work it through with each other, maybe a priest, a counselor of some sort, and work out your marriage problems that way. Like, you can't get the family involved because the family's always going to take their daughter or their son's side every time. No matter how ridiculous they are, no matter how ridiculous they act, they're always going to take that person's side. And so it's just like a losing battle. And then any fight you get in with them just makes you look worse. And it's just like, dude, get them out of the situation. But apparently they were living with them and creating schedules. The mom was creating mad schedules and forcing him and the kids to align their lives with it. They would not do that completely unprompted, crazy or not. I mean, like some people, it's not that it's unprompted. It's that if you have an argument with your spouse, they might go to their family and bitch and moan and cry and elevate the problem way more than it actually is. So then their family has a sense of like, oh my gosh, this is a real big problem. He's a real asshole. But you're getting the story through the lens of one side, only one side of the argument. You're not seeing the whole thing. And so, I'm not saying like, look, sometimes people are justified in doing that. I'm not, okay. But a lot of times it is like you go and tell a story. You don't ever, when you tell a story, you don't ever make your side, you look bad. You always overindulge what they've done bad. And you always take them to the 10th degree and say, they were so mean and I did nothing wrong and they did. But sometimes you do things wrong. And if they're not there to see it and they're not there to witness it, they don't know. And they're just going to take your side because they think, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Granted, the in-laws living with them is a cursed situation that I do not wish on my worst enemy. Yeah, that's bad. It's brutal. Elijah should have insisted on him and wife moving out. Yep.
Physically separated in our rooms, sleeping separately on different floors of the house for over a year. And we had no sex at the time of the divorce for 6 months. No sexual contact at all.
No.
Why were we in
Not
separate
good.
rooms? Because that's what her parents said was good for the kids. Now, obviously, when I got tricked into doing it, originally I was told that I had to be in separate rooms because of their schedule, and I worked late, and the baby slept in our room, and it was keeping him up. I didn't know this was about creating distance so that they could set me up and create a false narrative. Now, the truth is that even when we separated, I called my wife multiple times. I spoke to her in person. I'd say, baby, if we're sleeping in separate rooms, this is going to lead us to a divorce because we're not going to have any sexual contact or intimacy. It's like we're worse than roommates because, you know, you're mean to me every day. Your family was very vindictive. It was very serious. my counsel didn't necessarily want me to put this in, but I'm going to say the truth here. Like, it got to the point to where I'd come down to dinner and they were eating, they would stop talking and they would get up, take their plates, go to their room. If they were watching a movie, they would turn it off and leave. Her sister would I'd walk into her room to grab milk out of the fridge, and the living room was right there, and she would go walk outside the moment I was downstairs. And I would tell her, your family's so...
They'll turn it into a hostile environment, hostile vibes, which you would not be the case necessarily, or at least it'd be equal. Like, even if you're having a beef with your wife, that's one-on-one. But when it's okay, all encompassing, you got your whole family here who's attacking me, right? A war on multiple fronts. That's oh man, that puts somebody in a corner.
So rude to me. I don't how can you be mean to somebody in their own house? I'm paying for their lives. What is up with this? So the reality is our divorce really was a long 3-year disconnection to when her family decided that they were going to control my children's schedule, they were going to control where we slept, and they were going to control our sex life. And I didn't understand how serious the interaction was until I found out that for over a year, my brother-in-law and her family were secretly recording me in my house, creating a dossier on my personal life. Now, to clarify, her brother, Eli James McGarvey, who currently is believed to have fled to Belgrade, Serbia, a non-EU state which is not under Hague Treaty, he during this time worked for me as my editor-in-chief at my work, Rift TV. And as we find out later in part 2, as he admits in here, he is working with the FBI, or at least allegedly attempting to work with the FBI, to give them private recordings illegally filmed inside of my home and my work in order to compromise my character evaluation before this trial against Alexis Wilkins, the girlfriend of FBI Director Kash Patel.
This was after he cheated, I think. Oh, that's true. He never actually specified when this was. If this was happening over the last year and he cheated last year, it was last February, is what they said, I believe. That could be the case. That could be the case where he's bringing up. That's another way people lie, right? They tell you, oh, this has been happening. This is what led to it. But it's no, you're actually missing the point. The point is that this was after what you did. A man shall leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife. Yeah. What about a woman, though? Based fam, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, kind of, but going to Milo, I don't know, man. When he got, you could use all this stuff maybe in divorce court, okay, that's kind of based. You're looking out for your sister, all right. But to go and turn it into this political thing, it's I don't know, that's kind of gay. That's kind of gay to me.
Let me look at a couple. I'm going to go over this. These are private phone calls between Sarah and Eli McGarvey. It was his voice on the recordings. That's another reason we know it was him. And so I'm not going to go through those. It's her private information. I'm never going to discuss another person's sex life or admission of it on any of my things. So now we get into some of the framing here. He says regarding the divorce. So now he's bringing the divorce back, and that's why I said it's public. They're trying to exploit it. They're scheming. So you have these two fags scheming on how to.
Whoa. Okay, I guess it's on YouTube. I think that's fine. But another thing too is the way he's framing this in this video as kind of he's kind of taking the moral high ground. He keeps saying, "Oh, I'm never going to speak ill about my children's mother," and all this stuff. But she filed for divorce, and then he filed for divorce. So he's trying to do this "no, I dumped you" thing, which seems like it doesn't really line up. The motives of doing that don't really line up with how he's acting here, to where he wants to say, no, I love her. She's still the mother of my children. She's still a wonderful woman. And God, what is he? God, the vengeance is mine, says the Lord, right? He quotes that in here. But then he's coming out and he's doing the old, no, I'm dumping you. No, I'm divorcing you. You're the crazy one. It's okay, man. As the husband, Elijah should have insisted they move out or at least go to Christian counseling. Yeah, I know, right? Well, apparently to him, he was not a Christian before this, and now he's a recent Christian. So that's why I'm hoping, sometimes disasters and negative things happening in your life can actually push you towards the church, which that's what I hope for him. If that's true, that's a horrific situation, even if he is a wicked guy. Yeah, I think that there's truths to all of this stuff going on. I don't know if he's being completely truthful. I think he probably does have a drinking problem, but I think he's probably telling the truth about her family was staying there. They were probably being nitpicky about things. Now, whether or not they got really harsh on him, the harshness that he's detailing, was that after the Sarah Stock incident? I don't know. He doesn't actually give a timeline. And as King of Shino pointed out, that could have been, they started to get really aggressive with him on the schedule. A schedule is really weird for your mother-in-law to have a schedule. Like, there had to have been a reason why if it got that precise and that kind of authoritarian, right? She got that persnickety over the schedule. Like, that actually kind of tracks King of Sheba. Like, that probably was what it was. They probably had known about his drinking problems and maybe him stepping out. Maybe they didn't 100% know at the time. And then maybe that led to the mother-in-law and the father-in-law acting a certain way about him, demanding a schedule. And then maybe Eli McGarvey said, well, I'm going to start to record him. I'm going to talk to Sarah Stock. Maybe that's how it went down. That actually, like, logically tracks, I think, better than whatever he's saying. He's trying to say all that came before, and that's the reason why he stepped out. And it's like, I don't know, man. He is clearly not telling the whole story. Yeah. I bet you 100 he gave his wife an STD. Really? Now that's juicy. Really? An STD? 100? Make it 300. Make it 350.
To end my marriage. He's like, the wife initiated the divorce in Texas, but get this. I'm sorry. Does anyone email like this anymore? I feel like this is gay. And
throughout this whole video, he keeps doing this weird cringe bullshit where he's like trying to dismiss people on the stupidest shit. Like, at one point he said some guy, I can't remember who it was, but he said some guy like was critiquing him online, being very critical of him online. And he said, okay, first of all, you have a ponytail, so your opinion is discarded. A ponytail? What? Is that the grounds for dismissal on people's opinions, is if you have a ponytail? What the hell? And then that's like really gay. And then he drags Brittany Venti and says she's a mixed race mutt, disgusting, like, gets real nasty. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Meanwhile, didn't really deny any of these allegations, saying he didn't sleep with an engaged or married woman. Okay, nice little pill pull tactic there.
So scared about losing that trad image, guys. This same guy, Eli, was mad at me because I called girls just a bunch of holes to fuck in front of Pastor Joel Webden on my show previously. And I don't mean that. It wasn't a bad way. I had context that I said that's how women are today. They act like that. And that's not what God designed them to be. People always take me out of context. Like,
there's you can say that and that's what you said. But if you're like even giggling about it now, it's like, it's what you're saying, but and that's one thing, but it's like the way you're saying it, it's like another thing. And you're like, all right, man. So what is it? Is it funny to you to say that? Like, or is it, no, it's very serious. And these women, they act like that. And look, you're taking it out of context. It's like, I don't know, man. That's the clip I had. Let's see if I have it pulled up where he's on Joel Webden. And he is fat here. I think he's drunk. I think he's been drinking in this clip.
A lot of women ask me, does Elijah Schaffer hate women?
Honestly, this dude is like low-key cringe as fuck, dude. Like, the shit he says, like I don't know, like maybe it's the delivery. Like maybe if it was coming from somebody else, like it just might come off differently, but like just the way he says shit is just totally cringe.
A lot of women ask me, does Elijah Schaffer hate women? And the answer, of course, is yes. Who doesn't? No, I'm totally kidding. Okay, but I say no. Like I hate what women have become, and I do hate it when women expect men in society to uphold the natural masculine tendencies, meaning women are literally going after the top 10% of men, which are what kind of men? I saw a tweet that said this. It's like, it's crazy in 2025 to pull bitches. You literally have to be like a millionaire, 6'7", drive a Lamborghini, and like that's who, like, you know what I mean? Like, and be white. And it's like, Yeah, so women are still going after men that emulate the most
all
masculine
coke, dude.
tendencies, right? They're going after tall,
That's all
rich,
incel coke.
famous men. And what do we get? The women, they're just whores. They can't even cook a hot pocket, you know? So it's
Doesn't he
it's
sound a
that's
little
why
like,
once you have sex
he's kind of slurring his speech here a little bit. Kind of sounds a little more like loose. Hey, you could just be a little tired. I don't know.
with them, once you come to your senses, right? So it's like you have that post ejaculate clarity, post nut clarity they call it online these days. But like,
This
'cause you
dude
realize,
is
like,
so cringe,
after you
bro.
nut, you're like, you're just a bunch of holes. And that's really sad because then it devalues women. So then your view of women becomes so low because women really are just a bunch of holes today. But that doesn't mean that's who they have to be or who God made them to be or what they should be. And
I think that
a lot-
also the kind of universal he uses there, the universal descriptor of women, all women, like, I don't know, man.
of the hatred that I have towards women and a lot of the hatred a lot of men have towards women is simply the product of generations of sin and rebellion that have
I
created women
understand
to be
his
something
point.
that they're
I understand his point. I get it. A lot of women nowadays don't value sex, don't value purity and chastity. Like, I get it, dude. I get it. I don't need you to be like, you don't get what I'm saying. You're tone policing. Like, no, dude. I would understand why somebody would watch this and be like, okay, bro, you're cheering. You got the cheering sound effects. You got the clapping, the woo woo, and you're laughing about it. Like, okay,
they're not feminine, they're masculine.
a bunch of holes, dude. Bale pure, right? Isn't that what bale pure is? Pure. No, that's not it. How do you spell that? Pure Bible. How do you even spell that? Oh, ball. Okay, I was way off. Lord of the Gap, Lord of Holes, Moabite deity. He is invoking the Lord of the Holes. He's invoking the Lord of the Holes. Baal pure.
And all the Christian community attacked me for was like, you know, oh, he said girls are a bunch of holes. And I'm like, no, I said that's how they behave. And that's not how God designed them.
No, you
Don't
said women.
misquote me, but there's been a very coordinated and concerted
Women as a
movement to try to
universal.
discredit me because I just won't kiss Israel's ass. Okay? I just won't do it. To all the Zionists out there, get fucked. We're not on the same team.
Can somebody who's critical of Israel also say other shit that you're like, bro, the framing of this or the way you said it is a little eh? Can they do that without being an Israel shill? Is that a possibility? But again, it's like all wrapped up. They want to frame it as like, well, I critique Israel. I'm a critic of Israel and Zionists and Jews. So therefore, anything I say has to be you're butthurt about that. It's like, okay, I don't know, man.
I don't want you to like me. People are not going to like you after this video. Good. I don't like you either. He said he went and filed for the divorce in Florida so it could look like he was the one to initiate it. No, I did initiate it. I filed in Florida. He admits it here. Just so we can go and say I wanted to divorce my wife because of abuse and mistreatment. So now you see, they realize that I'm not going away from the blackmail. This is now January 30th. This is 1 month into the blackmail. I'm not caving to the blackmail. Now they're getting worried and like, okay, he's not deleting his social media. He's not going to rehab. He's probably going to go public and make the video I'm making now, explaining his side. So now it goes into this whole I don't even want to read all of it because it's so crazy.
Women on OF be like, I'm Lord of the Gap. you get on, you could make your handle on OnlyFans, Baal Pure. Oh my gosh.
Like he's trying to threaten her back into the relationship, saying this is going to bankrupt us. It's like it literally is, and we are getting bankrupted right now by it. Like maybe I'm just a wise guy, and I'm like just telling you, like, hey, you're a woman.
So
you don't
wise.
understand what you're doing. You have a gay brother who's manipulating you, you know. And I just like to mention my wife was very getting into astrology and like new age seance stuff. You know, that's why I said you're under demonic influence. She was like burning effigy stuff the night before our divorce. Very weird stuff. I don't want to drag her, so I'm not going to say anything else. But she was getting into occult stuff. And
You're already saying
and I
it.
don't like.
He says, I don't want to say anything bad. I don't want to say nothing bad about her. But she's getting in demonic shit. She's demonically possessed. She's burning an effigy before our divorce. Like, I think you just said it. You think she is under spiritual delusion.
that. And I was very mad at her about that, by the way, because as a man, I was becoming a Christian and working on that. And, you know, she was mocking my faith, and her brother mocked my faith, and they mock it in here too. And then they were doing weird occultic stuff.
Okay,
and I do believe that there's demonic
reaching for the Christians.
influence in my family. And I'm not going to get into that to undermine the facts and the receipts of the story. But he says, like, just so he has a chance at 50-50 of the kids. Now they're mocking me for trying to be a present dad. It's like, that's got to be demonic, you know, mocking a guy for wanting to have his children in his life. Do you see what I'm going through, guys? And like, I'm not saying I'm innocent of doing anything wrong in my marriage.
No wonder he got lost in that motel, right? Yeah, I know. What the hell was that too? Yeah, that whole video of him in the motel when it was flooding, like he was definitely on something there. I don't think that was just that was not a normal acting person. That was not a sober person. But yeah, it just seems like there's like a lot of this stuff just seems to be pandering to a lot of the Bible quotes, and now he wants to pivot and kind of frame his wife as being demonically possessed. And it's like, dude, you married her, bro. Exactly, Marie. Know who you're marrying. Exactly. Like, was your wife not Christian? And maybe this could be a good look. You learned your lesson, buddy. Now, if you want to go down the Orthodox Christian path, it's a narrow one, but you can go down that path, and maybe you'll find a wife who aligns more with you and your values. Maybe that's good. Maybe this is all in divine providence. Maybe this is what he needs to do. I'm for that. I'm all for that. I'm all for that story, that redemption story. But some of the way he's framing this and angling this, and again, I don't think he's telling us the truth. It's kind of like, eh. Wife was dunking his voodoo doll in the fish tank. And she's dunking it in the toilet. I believe the occult stuff, lots of women get into that shit. Yeah, they do. Women are like, and that was the whole thing. They're like channeling, they're like vessels, right, for spiritual influences. He's maybe upset because it's pretty popular these days, but he's upset because so has she, but only he is getting the 3rd degree. So I'm kind of following this whole story, but what it sounds like to me is that he definitely has serious issues and has done some serious stuff, but he's upset because so has she, but only he getting the 3rd degree. Yeah, because he's the one in the limelight. He's the public figure. If his wife had, listen, and let me ask you guys, do you think if his wife had her own podcast and she came out there with her video, do you think we wouldn't cover it? I would absolutely cover that. I would watch that. That's juicy content. I would watch that, and we could sit here and speculate, and yeah, it would add a whole new layer. Exactly. Where's her video? Maybe she will come out with one, and we'll watch it. We'll check it out. But we only have your side because you're sitting here making a 2-hour video of it, bud, for us to sit here and dissect. And I know you want to go, oh, you're gossiping. You guys are gossiping. You guys are, I don't know, the drama. But it's like, you're the one posting the video, bro. You're the one giving us the video to dissect and giving us the story. Maybe trash talking his kid's mother in public isn't so nice. Frankly, like I said, during this video, he was fairly positive on her. And he wanted to, he kept saying, I don't want to speak bad of her, but then he kind of lets it slip here with she's into weird occult stuff and she is possessed. I mean, he didn't say that, but you know, he's hinting at that for sure. Oh yeah, I've worked with plenty who openly practice the occult. Yeah, people are that's another topic for another day, but there's a lot there. And then the new age perennialist kind of stuff, I think that is, I mean, the new age stuff is almost certainly a top-down push. The new age hippie movement from the 60s was almost certainly orchestrated by the CIA. And I think there's a reason why. I think we actually just talked about that not too long ago, didn't we? About how it kind of, it's broken down people's connection to the past. And then Gen Z's kind of in that same stage where it's kind of happening again, but like on a hyper level to them. And all it does is really bring them into the arms of the elite capitalists. Because all they do is run to the market to fulfill their weird, crazy desires. I don't know. That's the topic for another day. So anyways, basically that's the whole story. And we're going to wrap it here because those were the moments that I remembered I wrote down on my little slip of paper. But essentially he's claiming that these people are attacking him because it's the Eighth Front War, which is probably true. And then he's also saying, well, this divorce thing has been happening for years and years, and it really had nothing to do with Sarah Stock. Sarah Stock was the straw that broke the camel's back. And that his brother-in-law and Milo are conspiring allegedly with the FBI to get him canceled, to have him shut down his YouTube channel and go to rehab. Which is like, why would I don't know why the rehab thing, and only for a year is another thing too. Shut down your social media for a year and go to rehab. Honestly, that sounds pretty minimal. You know, what you're demanding of me sounds pretty minimal. Only shut it down for a year and go to rehab. Okay. Well, if he doesn't have an alcohol problem, he'll be out of rehab in a week. And shutting down your YouTube channel, like I said, he probably should take a step back from the limelight and figure all this shit out. Figure out this lawsuit with Kash Patel's girlfriend, and then maybe just have connections behind the scenes. Like, why don't you be like a Milo? Why don't you go make a burner account? And then you can do shit on X and you can do shit other places behind the scenes. If you're gonna be a Groyper, you want to be part of the Groyper team, rally behind them. I don't know. To me, it just seems like, honestly, maybe he should have done that. Interesting book for anyone inclined to delve into occult feminism. Yes, that's Rachel Wilson. Yep, she was just on Joe Rogan. Very good Joe Rogan appearance. Better than Andrew's. Better than her husband's. Dr. David Patrick Harry. Also, if you ever check out his YouTube, he's got a shit ton of stuff. Church of the Eternal Logos, Hotel. He's got a bunch of good stuff. This was very good. I was watching this yesterday. He was going through a lot of the prophecies, Orthodox church fathers and their prophecies about World War III. But he's had a bunch on. Yeah, he literally did a stream with Rachel Wilson. Cult feminism. Horrific. Good stuff. He's good. Got a good channel. Check him out. So now we got Milo posting, goodness, how sad, over the fact that Elijah is posting a give, send, go for his lawsuit. Now, this is not actually true. He's actually raised close to $50,000 almost. Let's take a look and see if there's any updates on it. Oh, they're saying he made a new one. I just saw there was one where he made, let me see, Elijah Schaffer. Give, send, go. Let's see what it's at now. When I checked, it was like 40 something thousand. Okay. Well, he's at 49,000. Right there. Hey, not bad. Not bad. Let's just give these people more money. Turns out many of the early first wave feminists were very openly practicing some form of the occult. Yeah. And like a lot of this stuff also ties to like theosophy. Theosophy was very big in the late 1800s, in the early 1900s, and going up to World War II. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of connections to theosophy and like the New Wave movement too, New Age movement too. People usually turn to the occult when they feel utterly trapped, helpless, and alone. Even if his wife did, which I doubt, we have to ask if she felt like that because he was carousing with his employee. Carousing? Carousing? An act of drinking alcohol, partying, and celebrating.
Carousing.
Carousing. Okay. The author of Rachel Wilson was just on Joe Rogan. Yeah. It was really good. These sorts of reputation spats kind of feel like people who have too much money all competing with each other to have the most. Yeah, I mean, and anytime you get an ability to wedge your way into their shit and to diminish their power, you're going to do it. Like, this is kind of the path that these people are taking, right? Is like, you're going to be in a battle with other people. And those people are taking money from people and they're working to get their people in power and to gain power. So that's the update on Elijah. We'll see where it goes. I don't think he's telling the full truth. I don't think Milo is either. It's a little bit of a middling position there. And I think the Israel thing absolutely has something to do with it. Again, Milo is Jewish. So, and if he's working with the FBI, that could absolutely be a factor. So we'll see what happens here. And I want to see if there's any other prominent influencers in the near future that have dossiers come out. Again, Milo said he's going to drop the Nick Fuentes sex tape in 2026. He's going to drop the gay sex tape in 2026. So maybe he has a dossier on him and we'll have to parse through it. Maybe not watch the sex tape, but check out what else, if there's any other. But it's just, we have to keep our eyes peeled on this stuff because I think that there is a concerted effort to kill or completely silence people who are talking about this stuff. I mean, look at Charlie Kirk. Look at Nick Fuentes 2 years ago, whenever that guy came to his house to try and kill him. Look, I don't know if that was he was paid by somebody or not. I don't think so. That guy just seemed crazy. But I think that the doxing was left on X for a while. And I don't think that they took it down because of that exact reason. They want to see if somebody will go out and try and kill him. I think I think that's exactly what it was. It was like a passive assassination. It's so hard for me to believe Milo's a Fed. I'll be so disappointed. Oh, dude, he almost certainly is. He is scum, bro. Milo is scum. He is a snake. So I don't trust any of his shit. But anyways, we're going to get into some of the Iran shit here. It's going to be, I hope you guys are ready. It's going to be a bit of a shit talking fest. A bit of my general anger towards this whole shit show that we are presently embroiled in. So, keep, strap in for that, strap in for the MAGA shit talk fest. And we will be right back. I'm going to go grab some more beverage and hit the restroom, and we will be right back. So nobody go nowhere. Don't you dare touch that dial. We're back. 8:40 on the dot. It's March 6th, and it feels wonderful outside. Are we finally done with winter? Was that sack of shit Punxsutawney Phil wrong? He said 6 more weeks. I pray to God he was wrong. I pray to God he was wrong. I think hopefully we're done. This is it. It feels so nice out. People next door are having a bonfire too. Oh, so I walked into the kitchen and I had the window open and it smells like fire. It smells amazing. What is this music? It makes me feel like taking a jog. Yeah. Go ahead. That's good. It's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to induce hysteria. No, this is Arcologies. I posted in the chat at the beginning. If you want me to post it again, I can. If you want the link, I can do that. There's the link in chat. Jogging equals hysteria. Yep. It's supposed to get you in a funk mood, in a get up and run around. Maybe I shouldn't. You said, but Fed. Okay, I don't know if he's a Fed, but I think that he's definitely like an informant. Like, there's people who are like working like as an agent of the government, and I think those people are absolutely out there. But then there's some that's where you get like your psyops from, right? You're like that's like a literal psyop would be working for the CIA. But there's people who then contract with the government to do things for them. I think that's another element to this, like an informant. And I think Milo is an informant. Has anyone seen the movie Charade with Cary Grant? I keep thinking of it when J Money refers to the doll. I've seen that movie, but I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I find the undying Israel support interesting because no matter who the president is, Democrat, Republican, they all want to give America over to Israel. It's just wild. Yeah, it is really wild. It's because the capital, the money flows through the Federal Reserve, but also through Wall Street, also through BlackRock, Vanguard, right? These people, and a lot of them are Jewish. Jake M on YT, can we at least agree that Nick and Milo are probably not both Feds? Yeah, I mean that's fine. I can roll with that. My whole thing went from, and this has kind of been the progression. Like, I used to really watch Nick Fuentes a lot when I was younger. I used to watch him when he was on YouTube originally. Okay, that's how much of an old head I am. And I went through this progression to where I realized, especially recently, a year or two ago, when I started to realize that these people, the way that when X got freed up and a lot of these influencers started coming out, it's not so much that I necessarily thought he was a Fed. Maybe there was a period in time where I was like, okay, I don't know, what is he working for the federal government? I have no idea. But I thought for a while there, he's pushing talking points of, maybe a billionaire or another. There's somebody backing him. So he might not be totally organic. He might be taking talking points from certain people to move people in a certain direction. And then with the whole Greenland thing in Venezuela, that was very weird too. I don't know exactly what, I'm still kind of in a murky area. I do like that he is coming out as a counterweight to JD Vance. I think that's good. But ultimately, I'm more so leaning towards the fact that this whole milieu, this political milieu we're in, is that we have all these different spheres of people who track along different networks, right? These kind of horizontal linkages. They overlap with certain people, but they might not have anything to do with other people. But they're all kind of professing similar talking points, the right-wing talking points. And that there might be slight differences in some of what they say. And I don't necessarily know, is that the person I'm watching who's coming up with those ideas? Or is there another nefarious reason? Is there somebody behind the scenes telling them, hey, we want this? Hey, I want you to talk this way about Greenland, the technate of America, the technocracy, right? Was there a reason for him to push that? Did he want that? Or was that somebody behind him telling that? Was that Elon Musk telling him? I don't know. I have no idea. And that's my whole point, is that these people, you see them on the screen, but behind the scenes, we don't actually know. And it's speculation. Look, it's speculation. But some people, I think I'm a little more like, yeah, that person's, you know, they're a little clear. You paint a little clearer of a picture than others. I think Steven Crowder, I've said this before, Steven Crowder is one of those people where I don't really know where to place him. You know, there's some people who are, it's obvious, and I could talk to any right-wing person and you'd go, yes, Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire are an Israeli propaganda outlet, right? Most people, PragerU, yeah, everybody can see that. Okay, that's obvious. What about Tucker Carlson? He's got a weird past. His dad was in the CIA, ran Voice of America. He wears the Kabbalah bracelet. He's been in media for 20 years plus. What's going on with him? And you go, that's a little tougher because he says a lot of good things. He says things that seemingly on their face are anti-establishment, but I don't exactly know what his game is. Same with Candace. I don't really know what her game is. These people who flip-flop around too, jump around, I don't really know what's going on. And with Nick Fuentes specifically, he had that generational run that was very odd to me, that the New York Times is doing an article on him. That people are starting, everybody's now okay with him being on their platform. Instagram, he's okay with being on there. X, he's okay with being on there. Whatever, you can make up a billion reasons as to why that is, but it's like my whole thing was like, that's just weird. And then people are even having him on their podcast. Patrick Bet-David's having him on. Steven Crowder's now okay with having him on. I mean, it just basically, Pierce Morgan, right? Like, this guy was radioactive just 2 years ago. Why? What switched? What changed? Why all of a sudden is everybody like, okay, it's good to have him on now? Like, who did you? Where did the memo? Who got the memo? That was my whole thing. Was like, this is just weird. And you can explain that away. I understand that people can say, oh, it's just being on X, allowing him back on X and freeing up Elon buying it, freed him up. So he got more popular. But it's like, I don't know how much his ideas have changed. And that was another element I took of this, is that, did he make a deal? Did he change his mind? Is he softening his speech to be more presentable, to, be allowed in the sphere, be allowed a seat at the table? That was the whole thing I thought too. So it's just, it's just speculation. But I don't know, like, the Fed thing, yeah, that remains to be seen. I don't really know, but if he has backing or not. Did he take that gold deal? Why am I seeing his ads on X now for America First merch? That's weird. Is that not weird? I'm just noticing. Look, I'm just being a noticer. I'm just saying, isn't that kind of weird that we're like now, like, yeah, we're going to push your ads everywhere on X? Is that, am I wrong in thinking that's kind of like, now this guy who was the staple for dissident right politics. He was the fight against the system. He was the guy that everybody went, he's fighting against the system. Now he is allowing him to have ads on X. Like, how much of that, of his persona really, like, does that fit into being a dissident anymore? Now he's like on with Patrick Bet-David, which is like the most mainstream normie conservative slop. Like, I don't think he's that, I don't know. It could be that the memo went out to all those hosts with Fed ties rather than anything to do with Nick. That's very possible. True. But then why would they let that? Why would they be okay with that? Why would they suddenly make a turn and say, okay, now we're okay with Nick? For so long, though for so long he was blacklisted from everything, and we just want him to go away. We're going to push him off onto the most random ass website like DLive. We're going to take his money. We're going to put him on a no-fly list, like all this shit. It's like, now we're okay with him. It's the same shit I noticed with the tech bros, right? After the assassination attempt on Trump, all the tech people basically jumped on the side of MAGA and said, we're against woke now. Like, that, woke was AstroTurf. We could all tell that. But then now people are going to sit there with their thumb up their ass, and they're going to say, oh no, but MAGA is totally based and organic, when you have the backing of all these tech people. When every week Mark Zuckerberg, Sam Altman, all these people are meeting with the Trump administration. Like, no, I think there's something else going on. I think a lot of this culture war shit is actually orchestrated. That's what I think. But I do think the JQ, the Jewish stuff, is absolutely still a hot button issue. I think that's still something that people are, they don't want that to proliferate. I think that's something that they want to clamp down on. And I think that they're actually injecting people into this scene to muddy the waters, to say crazy shit, to take people off the path of what's actually going on. Because the another thing you have to think about is just the landscape of media now is just so. When you had Tim Dillon coming out saying, well, Peter Thiel is meeting with all these influencers to talk about culture and media and all, it's like you had an admittance right there that there is somebody behind the scenes, a billionaire, maybe a new George Soros type person. And I don't think George Soros has gone away or gone anywhere, especially with this kid being prominent. But you have another figure now on the right wing, and especially when you read into the Dark Enlightenment, neo-reactionary movement with Dick Lane and Curtis Yarvin and all that stuff, it's like they're totally okay with pushing a lot of this stuff, a lot of the anti-democratic, the racialist stuff. Like, they're fine with that. I think they're down with that. So when people go, wow, you're based and you're totally against the system, the liberal international order, you're talking about all these, ethnic differences, and you're against immigration, and you want a based fasci leader. It's like, no, I think actually that's what these people want too. I think they're totally okay with that. And maybe that's the memo, right? Maybe that's the memo they sent out. It's like, no, we're actually, people on the right wing, we're going to move people more into that direction of being okay with something like this, authoritarianism, shutting down people's speech and trying to coerce people into doing what they want through whatever means necessary. Like we saw with Anthropic. Shit. Because that's another thing too, is that's kind of what they do in China. That's kind of what China's like. It's like mixed market economy, this technocracy with silencing the dissent of the regime. And I know they like that model. Nick Landis said he likes that model. Peter Thiel has talked about that, the Chinese model. So you can see it. You can see it emerging in our country too. This is kind of the direction we're going. We'll see how 2028 goes. That's another thing is we got to keep on our radar is is he going to, people talk about him having a third term, another term. And it's like, is this going to be the breakthrough to where we go, okay, we have this nationalistic MAGA administration that's like a permanent bureaucracy. I mean, we already do have that with the deep state, but like now this is going to be like outwardly expressed. Anyways, let's get on to this. Let's get into the Iran shit. Again, right after I went live on Friday, the next day, they started bombing Iran. Just lovely. Lovely. Did anybody vote for that? Did anybody vote for this? I know I didn't. I know I didn't vote for this shit. And they're saying, okay, it's just going to be a minor incursion. It's going to be a few days, right? That's what they said. It's going to be a few days. Now they're pushing it back and they're saying, okay, it could be a few weeks. Now they're coming out and saying, you know what? Maybe it'll last up until like September. And next thing you know, 20 years goes by. Isn't that exactly what they said with Iraq? Okay, it's going to be very quick. It's going to be over before you know it. And then 20 years went by. And we had one president with no, or at least minimal Middle Eastern conflict, which was Biden, right? Oh, Joe Biden, if you can hear us. He's in his grave somewhere. He's rolling in his grave. Joe Biden would be rolling in his grave. He pulls us out of the Middle East, and we had a few years where we weren't involved in any large scale conflicts over there. And then literally a few years later, okay, back to your regularly scheduled programming. Okay.
It's very important, and we're doing very well on the war front, to put it mildly, I would say. Somebody said, on a scale of 10, where would you rate it? I said about a 15. And we're going to continue to do well. We have the greatest military in the world by far. And that was a tremendous threat to us for many years. 47 years they've been killing our people and killing people from all over the world. And I think we have great support. And I think if we didn't do it
you've
first,
been killing people all over the
they would
world.
have done it to Israel.
What the
and
fuck?
give us a shot if that was possible. And if we didn't terminate the worst deal, one of the worst deals ever made, the Obama nuclear deal, I call it the Obama nuclear deal, where he gave everything to Iran, including a nuclear weapon. It was a road to a nuclear weapon. Bad things would have happened 4 years ago, because they would have had a weapon 4 years ago if I didn't terminate that deal. This is very important. And
I understand them not having a nuclear weapon in terms of like geopolitics, right? Like realism. Like, you don't want these people to have this type of power. Like, I get that. I understand that. And that's what people say. Well, you don't want them to have a, the boomers will say, you don't want them to have a nuke, do you? And I'm like, no, not really. Frankly, I don't fucking want nukes at all, but I get it on a worldwide scale, on geopolitical scale. Okay. You don't want them to have nukes. But the thing is that the countries that have nukes, don't ever use them. I mean, North Korea has nukes. Russia has nukes. China has nukes. They never use nukes. We have nukes. We don't ever use them. But what it also does, B, is that it stops people from bullying you the way we do with countries in the Middle East. That I know is true, is that we don't just go into North Korea and do regime change. We don't just do regime change in China. We don't just do, we kind of, we take a step back because we know in the back of in our minds where they have a nuke, and we cannot potentially put them in a situation to where they would use that. So it's like, I understand them not having a nuke, but like, would they even use it? Do they even have the capability of hitting us? No, but they probably have the capability of hitting Israel. So it's like, we know the gist. We know what's going on here. We know what this war is about. It's the same bullshit of Iraq. But at least with Iraq, there was an element to where they tried to convince us. You had that whole, there was some event that happened. It was in September 11th, I think, right? You had an event that caused us to thrust us into this war. Like, I understand, like, okay. And then you actually had people pleading. You had people pleading to, hey, we need to do this. We got to do this. We got to do it. This is like they just did it. And then afterwards they're like, hey, guys, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We had to do this. Were they going to attack us? No, but they might have attacked Israel. What? It'll be a couple days. Okay. Did we approve this? Did we vote on this at all? No, but don't worry about it. It's just a special military operation. Okay. Now it might last till September. No, it's going to last probably the rest of my fucking life is probably what it's going to do. It's probably going to last 20 years. The Arab Spring happened under the Obama administration. A lot of stuff was going on. Yeah, that's true. I mean, obviously there's shit going on all the time. But I'm saying like a major ground offensive. Right now we're talking about putting boots on the ground. Like, hey, if they want to use soft power, if they want to use technology, I'm more okay with that than I am actually starting the military-industrial complex, churning its wheels, printing trillions and trillions of dollars, putting people's lives at risk. Like I understand you still have to have control of the region. I understand we're still top dog, we're still superpower, but we have to assert our power on people. But this type of conflict, military conflict like this, is just going to cost lives. It's going to cost a lot of money. It's going to just take up all our energy and time. And it's not even for our best interest. It's for Israel's best interest. Now, if Trump were to come out and say, hey, I'm going to go to war with the cartels in Mexico because they're sending fentanyl up here. Now, I might have a completely different reaction to that. Like, hey, that's military use, boots on the ground. But that's kind of like To me, justified, kind of justified. And if they were going to build the wall to, you know, do all this thing, hey, I kind of agree with that more so because there's actually like we have a direct border with these people and they're directly harming American citizens. People in Iran pose no threat to American citizens. They pose a big threat to Israel, though. Yeah, we're getting to that clip, Alexandra. I posted this picture. Governments don't even bother to explain why we should start a war anymore. They just look at you like this. Please, brother, please start another war, please. You got Lindsey Graham just like foaming at the mouth, dude.
I'll tell you what, I have never had more compliments. I'll tell you what, I have never had more compliments on something I did. People felt it's something that had to be done. So if we have a little high oil prices for a little while, but as soon as this ends, those prices are going to drop, I believe, lower than even before. I'll tell you what.
Isn't this what he said with the tariffs too? And now everything is like, the price of everything is off the fucking chart, man. Some of you may die. Right, he said that too in his initial broadcast whenever he announced this. He said, look, some people might die. That's what happens in war. But it's for a good reason, right? Some of you may die. Incredible. Look, you guys are going to have higher prices. Look, have we solved any of the problems at home that we voted this guy in to solve? Are things better for people now than it was 4 years ago? I guess there's less immigration, right? Is what they say. There's less immigration happening, or like net zero or whatever the hell. But how long is that going to last? Again, is there a wall being built? Is that happening? No, now this is going to be the focus of this administration. Now this is going to be the focus of this administration for the next 2 years. Yeah, literally. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost. It often happens in war. Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Oh, okay. Just can't scroll down on X. I'm going to get my shit taken off. I might have to take this stream down just because of that alone. Shit. He said, I state your name. I and state your name. Bro's folding. He's folding under the pressure. Dude, the boos, man. Holy. Yeah, these people deserve to lose in the midterms. And state your name. Yeah, this is brutal. Yeah, the Epstein files. That's still a thing. Remember everybody? Let's not forget about that. Dude, he looks like shit. Looks like he's got COVID again. He's just, oh my gosh, dude. It's just so, it's so bad, man. Like, it's embarrassing. Really, this is just embarrassing. Because I can't tell you how many fucking arguments I've gotten into with people over this. How many people I've offended. How many people I've made cry. How many people I've gotten in yelling matches with over MAGA. And for this. It just feels like such an embarrassment. I almost feel like I want to like send out a mass text to people and say, look, I apologize. I was wrong. I'm done. I'm done with politics. I don't care about this crap anymore. It's over. I'm done. I don't think I'll ever, like, I had such a fervor, especially in 2016, I had such a fervor for this presidency, for this movement, that I don't think I'm ever going to be able to have that again. Like, there's just no way. I don't care what the hell these people say. This shit is just a betrayal beyond belief. Economy sucks. No Epstein files. War with Iran. It's just like every single thing nobody wanted that we voted him in for. It's like, nope, nope, nope. You get nothing and you'll like it. And then all the while we're going to sit here and we're going to propagandize you and we're going to be these smug assholes about it. And we're going to post online about how based and how anti-woke we are. And we're going to post these Call of Duty edits. And it's like, you guys are, this is a fucking slap in the face. It's a joke. It's patronizing. Like, are you really? Really? You're going to sit there and post Call of Duty edits? Two lives lost in Minnesota. Trump bails. Now that we have lost 6 lives in the Middle East, will he bail from Iran? Good question. I don't think so. I think we're going to see hundreds of more lives lost, and he's still not going to bail. And honestly, he's in a position to where it's like he can't. Once you started it, it's like you have to just do it till it's done. Otherwise, you look like a pussy-ass bitch. Jacob, did you hear about Trump's post yesterday? Which one? The trans one where he like redacted it? That one? Oh yeah, that was a beauty as well. Oh, and then the immigration thing. Didn't he post a whole thing about how he said, no, you know what? Immigrants, some of them are fine. We can keep them. We can keep mass immigration as long as they're like our indentured slaves. We're okay with that. As long as they're doing the dirty work for us, I'm okay with that. And you're like, all right, whatever. The redacted. Yeah, just disaster after disaster. We are now entering, we have been in it, but we are now entering the 9 o'clock hour. This is going to be where you all can post your shit talking of the MAGA movement, the absolute betrayal of his base. And then they're coming out with these, did you guys see the polls where they're saying 98% of people approve of this? And it's not just Fox saying it, was like CNN was saying, just absolute State Department propaganda. Are you kidding me? 98% approve of this. I have not met a single person, the most normie people, who are like, yeah, this is good. Nobody. I've met nobody who thinks this is a good idea. I feel like so many people just feel like they're on their last leg. They're like just barely hanging on. And they're like, okay, shot in the dark. Let's elect this guy. He's going to help the economy. He's going to remove criminals. He's going to clamp down on the fentanyl, drug overdose. He's going to be law and order. And they're like, let's just get this guy in. He'll help us. He's better than that gibbering idiot Kamala. And then it's just like, no, we're not going to do any of that. No, we're not. And people just like the despair. The despair sets in. Oh, we're not going to vote our way out of this. Oh. And that wasn't a call to, I'm just saying that putting all our faith in these people is not going to work. These people don't care about us. Trump did get Roe v. Wade overturned. Yeah, but like, dude, there's been more abortions since Roe v. Wade is overturned than there were before. Did it actually get rid of abortion? It just pushed it back to the states, which is good. That's good. But like abortions aren't even down. I think they're up. So like the overall net outcome is worse. It's like, what the fuck? I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry. I'm black-pilled. Listen, there was been a lot of great moments, the MAGA movement, but it's just like, fuck, dude. Nothing has really changed. Nothing has gotten any better. All we've gotten is wars with Israel and technocracy. And no accountability. But hey, he says naughty things and woke is gone, I guess. Yeah, what was that poll? I want to look at that poll. Iran, Trump poll, 98%. Based on polling data from early March 2026, there's no evidence that Donald Trump received a 98 approval. No, their approval rating was like 54%, which was crazy. It was... What was the one I saw, which was like... Maybe it wasn't 98. Maybe it was... Trump just murdered 150 Iranian school children, pro-life, right? It's like, you know, you get these kind of like these ideological wins, but like ultimately net overall, it doesn't make a difference. Like actually, because I understand, Alexander, what you're saying. Like, yes, Roe v. Wade got overturned, but it's like, isn't that supposed to be pointing us towards a more virtuous society where we're not murdering babies? But then it's like, oh yeah, okay, it got pushed back to the states, and actually people are getting more abortions. Oh, and on top of it, this department, State Department, this administration is going to be bombing children in another country, and you're like, so there's actually like the net positive overall is like not there. It's the same thing I said with the ICE raids. It's like, you know, you're supposed to be doing this because you want to bring back law and order and you want to bring back safety in communities and you want to get the criminal immigrants out. Totally for that. But then in so doing that, you're killing American citizens. You're like, isn't this missing the point? Aren't we totally... Like, what? What are we doing here? This doesn't make any fucking sense. You're causing more chaos and more division, and you're killing people, and you're emboldening the other side by doing this. Just build the fucking wall and start heavily taxing the companies who employ illegal immigrants. I think that would solve like 70% of the problem right there. Then over time, you start to get these people out, right? You require voter ID. Then you just start deporting people over time. It's like, it's not going to be, you're not going to do shock and awe on this country and get all these people out without significant pushback and making you look like a bunch of fucking assholes and causing death and causing these flashpoint events. Isn't that what they accused Hamas of doing on October 7th? No, they put babies in ovens. Remember that one? I think the threat of having abortion taken away makes people more willing to go to their states to do it. Yeah, I think that is what happened. I don't think Trump is necessarily pro-life. No, I don't think he is either. I don't think he's even Christian. But again, Christians are a bunch of suckers who just... I'm sorry, I'm not trying to disparage. But it's just crazy. It's like you put a cross on and you can do whatever you want. You put a cross on and you say you're against woke, and guess what? That totally absolves you of anything. And I'm just like, What? I'm trying to find this poll. There was a poll that was out that was like, it was crazy. It was going everywhere. Latest Fox poll found 80% of Republicans approve of Trump's job performance, though support varies significantly between MAGA and non-MAGA Republicans. Among those who identify themselves as MAGA Republicans, Trump had an overwhelming 98% approval rating. Oh, man. Oh, okay. So that's the delineation, is that people who still are on board with this shit show are like, yeah, he's doing great. He's doing great, guys. 98%. That's good. That's my president. That's my president. That's my president. He's doing everything I want him to do. It's like this 98% is like, how many of them, I wonder how many of them have a vacation home in Tel Aviv. Have you heard that quote where Trump was asked, do you like the New or Old Testament? And he's like, both of them are great. Both of them, wonderful. I love the original. The sequel, even better. The Bible too, you say? There's a second one? Yeah, 80% approval. Incredible. %67 disapprove the cost of living. I actually don't mind the tariff idea. I actually don't mind it, especially if they talked about offsetting the higher costs that tariffs would cause by getting rid of something like income tax, right? That would be sweet. I'm totally for doing shit like that. But of course, they're not going to do that. They're gonna rape us on both ends. And he's also flip-flopping on the tariffs like nonstop, which is causing a lot of people to have be confused and not know what to do. There's no stability, right? The economy, bro. Man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. So bad. So bad.
I am the candidate of peace. I am peace. People don't believe that. I am peace.
A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for a man who
Where the
wants
hell is
to
she?
end
I haven't seen her
wars,
at all.
Not start them.
We do not want war with Iran. We actually want peace. The Iranians are clearly not very good at war. Perhaps they should follow President Trump's lead and give peace a chance.
Kamala is campaigning with warmongers like Liz Cheney. How do you think that is? She picks Liz Cheney, whose father virtually destroyed the Middle East. You know, Liz
And you're on
Cheney
the same
talks
team
about-
as Lindsey fucking Graham, dude. And you totally oust Marjorie Taylor Greene and people like her who are like anti-war. Thomas Massey, totally shitting on him. Totally gonna try to primary him. Like, unreal.
Oh, I want war. She always wants war. Every time I was with her in the White House, we should attack this nation, that nation, nations that people never even heard of.
He's
We
just
should attack.
senile
She's a
now.
big-
He's just
big, tough
senile.
guy. She sits back in Washington. Oh, we ought to go and attack Iran, Iraq. We're going to attack everybody. That's why I broke up with her. All she wanted to do is go to war with everybody. These war hawks, they want to draft your kids to die in wars, and they will never fight themselves. You know, we'll stay around the country for 15 years, just bomb the hell out of everybody, make everybody miserable. Nobody knows why we're there, you know, the wars that never end. These endless wars that we've been in, I've gotten us out of
Look at this
so many.
idiot.
We
Look
don't
at
want to
this
get
idiot.
into wars. We're tired of fighting. I'm the only president in the last 84 years that didn't start a war. Under Trump, we will have no more wars. No more wars. No more wars. We will have prosperity and peace. We will have prosperity and we will have peace. Remember, I'm the president of peace. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. He's going to start a war. I said, no, no, no. My rhetoric is going to keep us out of wars. And that's what happened. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate.
Just a
He's
different
weak
person.
and he's
Just a completely different
ineffective.
person.
I believe that he will attack Iran sometime prior to the election because he thinks that's the only way he can get elected. Isn't it pathetic?
Have you guys seen the clip of the Marine? We're getting to that, Alexandra. Calm down. We're getting to that clip of the Marine. We're going to watch it. It's like finding out that Santa is the bad guy, right? What the hell? What the hell, man? It's like Santa's taking your presents rather than giving you presents. What? Powers that be gave him 4 more years if he promises to go to war. Yeah, and promises to pedal to the metal on the AI as well. I think that's absolutely what the deal he took. Whatever happened to those $2,000 checks? Right. Isn't that supposed to happen? Hey, or at least we're getting that, right?
Go ahead.
Caroline, could you tell us about the president's current thinking about ground troops? Caroline,
Go ahead.
Caroline, could you tell us about the president's current thinking about ground troops and whether they could be used if they were to be sent into Iran? What would they be used for? What's the situation of that?
Well, they're not part of the plan for this operation at this time, but I certainly will never take away military options on behalf of the President of the United States or the Commander-in-Chief, and he wisely does not do the same for himself. I know there's many leaders in the past who like to take options off of the table without having a full understanding of how things could develop. So again, it's not part of the current plan, but I'm not going to remove an option for the president that is on the table.
Okay. So first it would be just strikes limited to a couple days. Then they say, no, it might be longer than that. Then they say no boots on the ground. Then they're saying we're not taking it off the table. And then recently I thought they said if they close the Strait of Hormuz, there's going to be boots on the ground. Now they're saying they're pushing it back and saying, actually, this could go on until September. Dude. And I hear the way that Iran is structured is that they're like completely decentralized. So bombing the shit out of Khomeini and killing him doesn't actually do anything. It's just like a hydra, right? There's more heads. You have to go. They're going to probably say, we're going to go in. We have to go in. Do we think Trump was just lying through his teeth in those earlier clips? Yeah, I think he did. I think he, or did he actually change? I think that if he's saying that without the willingness to actually follow through on that, like that's, I mean, what's the difference here? And clearly he didn't have the willingness because he folded in like immediately.
Well, we just had an important series of votes on the House floor.
We got Thomas Massey here.
Well, we just had an important series of votes on the House
fucking
floor.
hate this guy,
As you
man.
know, the War Powers Resolution failed.
This
That is
fucking
the right
Poindexter.
result. We are not at war. We have no intention of being at war. The President and the Department of Defense have made this very clear. The Department of War has made it very clear. This is a limited operation. It's an operation that's limited in its scope and duration. It has a very clear mission, and that mission is nearly accomplished by all estimates.
Wait, limited in scope and has a clear mission. What's the mission again? What are we doing? What's the exact mission? Is it just to turn Iran into a parking lot? Because that's going to take forever to do. It's not going to be limited in scope. Was it to just take out Khomeini? Was it regime change? Well, he's already dead. They're not even saying what the mission is.
They're
not even really saying why we're doing it anyways. They're saying, well, it's like a preemptive strike because we think they're going to attack Israel.
Down Iran's ballistic missile capability, its stockpile, and its ability to produce more. They were doing that at a scale and a speed that was more than our regional allies could keep up with, and it was a serious and imminent.
This guy's
threat
on
to the
so
United
many
States.
SSRIs,
We
it's
don't need to
unreal.
relitigate all that today. But also we wanted to take down the capability of their Navy, and all of that has been very successful. So this needs to continue. It would have been a very dangerous gambit to take the Commander-in-Chief's ability away to complete this mission. It would have been a very serious misstep by Congress, and I'm grateful that that resolution failed.
War goes on. War continues. And it's limited in scope and it's limited in the time. Well, why don't you put a solid date on when we're gonna be done with it? Why don't you tell us exactly what we're gonna be doing? No, none of that. It's gonna be a few days. This is gonna be bombing. Oh, boots on the ground. Oh, next thing you know, 20 years goes by. 20 years goes by. Holy. I think it's going to be, I mean, it's even going to be longer than Iraq because Iran's way more sophisticated than what they were dealing with in Iraq.
I'm not even going to play around anymore. F it. Hit me with the works. Iraq, Venezuela, go!
We're giving them full opportunity to do it the easy way. And when it doesn't work, we'll do it the hard way.
If we can do things the easy way, that's fine. And if we have to do it the hard way, that's fine too.
Chemical
It's the
weapons
same
is a threat to the
playbook.
United States.
Fentanyl poses a chemical weapons threat to the United States.
Al-Qaeda terrorists inside Iraq.
Al-Qaeda of our hemisphere.
If we can get rid of Saddam, it could really begin to transform the region.
There's an opportunity to transform the entire region.
Bringing freedom and democracy.
Democracy and freedom
Can serve as a beacon of hope.
Shock and awe.
I'm not even going to play around anymore.
$3 million. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, what did Putin call his operation? Didn't he call it something similar? Special military operation? What is it? Russian special? Was that what it's called? He's calling it the same thing they're calling it. Trump is literally they're calling it the same thing that Putin's calling it. Putin's been at war with Ukraine for what, going on 4 years now?
One of the reasons I fear, Sean, that some people in this country lost faith in the military and the capacity to use that military to defend us is because we had a woke
Who's
Pentagon.
us?
Because we had a military who, at the very highest levels, not the warfighters, was forced to fight a less than full fight. What you're seeing now, Sean, is a military that is unleashed in all of its lethal prowess to go out and seek, destroy, and kill the enemy, which is what militaries are for. One of the reasons I fear, Sean, that some people in this country lost faith in the military and the capacity to use that military to defend us is because we had a woke Pentagon.
We had a woke Pentagon, guys. I'm so sick and tired of these people and these talking points and this whole fucking woke dude. I'm just so over it. This is just unreal. So I got the Marine clip, Alexandra. Here you go. This is the Marine clip. A Marine Corps veteran was arrested and removed from Capitol Hill for protesting the war against Iran on behalf of Israel. Nobody wants to fight for Israel.
Israel is the reason for this war. America does not want to fight this war for Israel.
Patriot.
Come on.
Silence that man. Silence that man.
America does not want to send its sons and daughters to war for Israel. Your inability to name that shows your exemptness as leaders. This is wrong. And nobody wants to fight for Israel.
Yeah, tough to take on a Marine, huh? Two guys barely can.
Commandant, please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America. No one wants to fight for Israel.
That shit just snapped?
Sir, thank you for your service.
He said, thank you for your service.
The senator broke his hand.
Please help him.
Commandant!
He's a Marine. Somebody come help him.
Control your Senate committee.
Look at you guys. You're robots.
They're not even turning around.
You won't even look back.
They're like,
look at you guys. You're like robots.
holy shit, dude.
Oh my God. What is happening? And you're not even looking back.
Somebody should dive on top of them.
Oh my God, what is happening right now? Eyes front, robots. Shame. Shame. Oh my God, you guys. What did I just
Dude, this
see?
is
I'm getting out of
crazy,
here.
man.
Everybody sit down, please.
Oh my God, what is
That's all.
happening?
Okay, good. No, it's not.
Oh my God.
It's disgusting.
Oh my God, you guys.
Sorry, does that hurt? Can you open it up a little bit just to like change the gap? Hey guys, clear the hallways. Out. Clear the hallways. Out. Clear the hallways.
Shut up.
Clear the hallways, please.
Shut up, you fucking Poindexter.
Yes, yes.
You fucking nerd.
Oh my God, what happened? His hand got totally smashed. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Why are you getting arrested?
From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, Palestine will be free.
And what about this war in Iran?
Oh my God.
His arm.
Ah, fuck, my arm is fucking broke, bro.
What are you gonna do to him?
My left arm is broke. I understand. Don't fight.
Oh my God. Oh, you guys, come on.
I need you to move.
You need to
okay?
stop.
Okay.
Brian, stop.
He's fighting for you, not for him.
They broke his arm.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. It's totally broken.
Come on now.
Oh man.
Please, can you get him some kind of medical attention?
Yes, we are.
Oh my God.
You are? It's great.
Just let go of my arm before you sit down.
I'll step back, please. Please move
Can we
back.
get
Keep
him
this
some
walkway
medical
open.
attention?
Who needs her?
No, he broke his arm.
Okay.
That shit snap, bro. Like a tree branch.
We just witnessed a Marine veteran interrupting the hearing, and they broke his arm.
Why did he interrupt the hearing?
Because there is a war in Iran, and our military brothers and sisters are going to die for Israel, and we are here to say no. We do not support Israel. We do not want to die for Israel. Stop the war in Iran right now.
And what did they do to him?
They pulled him out, got his arm trapped in a door, broke his arm, tackled him to the ground. It was a very, very intense situation.
All right. So I'm going to grab your arm. You can relax. Okay? Try to save
What? Did you come here to protest? I'm here for the hearing, but he's my friend, and he couldn't stand what they were saying anymore, so he spoke up. Is he with an organization? No, he's actually running for Senate in North Carolina. His name is Brian McGinnis.
Do you work for him?
No, I don't. And they all just kept their eyes.
That was the scariest part of this whole thing. That was the most unsettling part, when they were all just sitting and they didn't even look back.
Free Palestine. Fuck the war in Iran. Yeah, free to record, but
Patriot.
free to record. America does not want to fight.
You guys are free to record all you want, but we're just asking you to please cooperate with us and just go behind the line.
America does not want to fight this war in Iran, and the soldiers don't, right?
Wow, dude, that was crazy. Let's see this part again.
Please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America.
Looks like it's caught in the door.
Out. No one wants to fight
Oh.
for Israel.
Oh! Holy shit, dude.
Sir, thank you for your service. Please.
Thank you for your service. Hey, thank you for your service. I know we just broke your arm, but this is surreal. This is like a nightmare. Is this AI? Is this even real? This is crazy.
Look at you guys, you're robots.
This is like a dream. This is crazy.
You won't even look back.
They don't even turn around.
Look at you guys. You're like robots. Oh my God, what is
Throw a chair at
happening?
them. Just throw a chair. No, don't do
And
that.
you're
But
not even looking back. And
do
you're
something.
4-star generals. Oh my God. What
holy shit, man. This country is cooked. Dude, that was so that's crazy cinema. Like Stanley Kubrick couldn't even film something that insane. David Lynch could never. His arm, he's screaming, we don't want to fight a war for Israel. They crack it. The guy goes, thank you for your service. And then she pans back and nobody's even looking. Nobody's even turning 45 degrees. No, nothing. That was crazy. That was insane. This is surreal. This is insane. Wow, man. Yeah, make Israel fight their own war if they wanted so badly. Absolutely. But the thing is that they probably couldn't win. It was weird. Yes, this was insane, man. That was probably the craziest video I have seen in a long time.
Go! broke his hand. The senator broke his hand.
Ramadan, help him, please. Help him. Ramadan. He's a Marine. Somebody come help him.
Control your Senate committee.
Look at you guys. You're robots.
That's how much people care about you right there. All right, so now we got some reactions. We got Alex Jones here with Duncan Trussell saying they can't trust any footage coming out relating to the Iran war because it's made majority AI. Alex believes that what we're being shown isn't true, but the overall plan is that Trump is sleepwalking us into full war with Iran.
18. I mean, my middle daughter's really smart.
And it's honestly like so crazy because these people are the ones who basically helped get him elected in the first place. These people have been ride or die Trump the whole time. And now they're like, look, this is bullshit. Which is like, man, now it's like, dude, talk about like, I have problems. I have my problems in my personal life, but I couldn't even imagine being like a pundit. Like, oh my gosh, dude. To be so wrong.
I mean, my middle daughter's really smart. She's 18. And she said to me yesterday, we went shooting bows at one of my friend's houses, just in their backyard. And she said, Dad, are we really attacking Iran? Because I saw it on TikTok. I know there's a lot of AI.
Right.
And she's really smart about a lot of stuff. And I said, no, honey, it's true. But I said, but secondarily, we can't believe most of what we hear from Iran or the U.S.
Right.
So I said, the truth is, she goes, well, what's happening? And I said, I don't know.
Oh, dude, that's scary. I was just talking to Josh about this. You know, I can't imagine what your sources are. Mine are shitty. I got 4chan, X. You know, I just look at like what's going, like the most recent posts, and 80% of the stuff on X is AI. So you're going to see they're firebombing Tel Aviv. It's not real. None of it's real. You go to the live stream of Tel Aviv, it's fine. But
U.S. ship sunk by missile. It's AI.
It's AI. So it's pure signal jamming right now. We have no idea
That's the
what's
word,
going
signal
on.
jamming,
You
yep.
can't, if you go to the
Well, the first rule of intelligence is whatever you first are told isn't true.
Right. So what do you think is going on over there? What's your analysis of this?
Well, you have to always go to original war doctrine. The Iranian war doctrine, Israel's war doctrine, the U.S. war doctrine, China's war doctrine, Russia's war doctrine, and the other parties involved like North Korea. And then out of that war doctrine, and my sources already previously had, we knew what the plan was. Decapitate, about these allergies in Austin.
Yeah, I know.
How about sick folks? It just causes pollen. I'm sorry.
Fine.
It's driving me crazy.
Got some water.
I'm all right. I got some coffee and water.
Yeah,
too.
half this clip is him having
First,
a coughing
they
fit.
need to decapitate the Iranian leadership, then destroy their air defenses, then destroy their main military and their navy. So that's pretty much happening. But Trump said 9 months ago in June, this is about taking out their nuclear sites. That wasn't true. That was just getting us used to this.
Right.
And so now it is about basically sleepwalking us into a full war. Now today, Trump said he may support boots on the ground. And so overall, I've been supportive of Trump because he was disruptive to the globalists. They had won him at first.
Yeah.
But more and more, it looks like he's pretty much starting to join them. And so
Pretty much.
Like NATO and the EU sleptwalked us into war with Russia. We're being sleptwalked into full war with Iran. I think it's bad.
Okay. Brilliant analysis there. I could have told you that. And they talked about, too, that Turkey's next, right? They said Turkey's next. I saw there was again, could be fake, could be AI, but there was a post where they said the next on the chopping block is Turkey. Which is like, wow, they're already thinking about that. And we haven't even barely started this conflict.
I got to go to Congress and provide my documents because they're going after, Jack Smith. So the Democrats are trying to put me in prison. They run show trials on HBO. So obviously, it's not that I'm being paid off by Trump. I've been persecuted for supporting him. So I want to now pay out on this. I want to save the country.
You see how you have this like dialectic? Like the Democrats are going to pressure these people into joining sides with the MAGA movement, and the MAGA movement's going to do the will of Israel. And it's like similarly with Trump, it's like they pressured him with threatening to throw him in jail, all these things, right? All these frivolous lawsuits, all this lawfare, pressuring him, bankrupting him. So then he had to go and take deals with Miriam Adelson and the tech bros. I think that's largely what was going on. And they're doing the same thing with Alex Jones. It's like they forced him into the corner of who's going to be on my side politically. Oh, the MAGA movement is. So I have to kiss the feet of Trump and the MAGA movement. Otherwise, these people are going to kill me. So it's like they forced this dialectic. They forced this pressure from one side, forces you to retreat to the other side. Same thing happened with woke. Woke was insane crap that forced a lot of people to wake up to all this weird propaganda that was happening. That was a top-down approach from the liberal order that forced people to funnel into this movement, the MAGA movement. And then now we give over our allegiance to this team, and they're doing the will of Israel, Netanyahu. It's like, wow, beautiful work there. Beautiful dialectic at play here.
Order, find the missing kids. I want to believe, but I'm not in a cult. I'm not delusional. So I was like, I'm critical. This is overall good.
They will funnel you into
now I'm just
that
like,
group, a group that's positive for them.
Ramp. Nick, we've talked about this privately. You know, you're targeted too. They're trying to kill you at your house. This is your name's Nick J. Fuentes. I'm Alex E. Jones.
You create the pressure on one side, and you also create the outlet. And that's how you get a mass exodus of people into your arms.
We're real people. We're under attack. So we're in the real world. You do what you think's right. I do what I think's right. You're not paid by people. I'm not. We're just our fans. So to me, I needed Trump as my lifeboat may not be perfect, but it's the lifeboat I've got. And I'm watching it sink by its own doing. And so this is horrifying. And so, but I can't sign on to covering up Epstein. I can't sign on to World War III. And so that's why I tried to promote the optimism, because I fucking need this, man. Like, I want to fix the country. I want to turn it around. So it's not that I was delusional. And I still hope we can turn it around, but I just, sorry, go ahead. You get what I'm saying?
I get it.
Dude,
I get it. And listen, like I said, I don't think that everybody that supported Trump was being dismissive about these concerns. I get it. You know, we all wanted to believe. I was 18 years old when Trump ran in 2016. And I remember getting in fights with people. This is my whole life too. At 18 years old, I wore the MAGA hat at Boston University, one of the most liberal campuses in the country, and became a pariah on my college campus.
Something you sacrificed. It's sad to see something you fought and bled for die.
Yeah, and that's my whole adult life. I know that's a huge part of your life also, and now we're witnessing it's totally unraveling. It's an utter and complete betrayal. It's heartbreaking in many ways.
And when I try to salvage it with people, I get attacked as a liberal, which is when these people doing that can't even find Iran on a fucking map.
Yeah, well, what's called for is for us to be sober-minded about the entire thing, because there's a lot of Trump haters.
I've been a realist the whole time, but was hoping, and now I'm just not even hoping. I'm just going to be a realist.
Yeah, I mean, and really, it's okay to have hope. I mean, we hope for a better future, but we got to be brutally honest about what this administration has become. It's like, I saw this game.
Dude, I felt bad for Alex there when he's like he was about to start crying, dude. But it is like, what other option do you have? If you have these people who are just attacking you, saying they're going to sue you, they're going to throw you in jail, they're going to take away everything from you, and you have this other side that's like, hey, we'll help you out, we'll bail you out if you get, maybe they don't directly say if you get us elected, but like that's implicit, that's implied. You're gonna give your allegiance over to these people. You're gonna be funneled into their group, into their camp. It just sucks that this is the outcome.
I wore this stupid fucking ridiculous hat when I was in college, like an idiot. When I was 18, I had people threatening to kick my ass. I wore this in the cafeteria. I became a pariah. And look at what it has profited all of us.
Preach.
They said, no more endless wars. They said tariffs, mate, we're going to win so big. They said, we're going to build a wall. Mexico will pay for it. It just got 10 feet taller. It was a lie. It was a lie. And hindsight is 2020. All we can do is stop being suckers today. That's all we can do. We wanted to believe nobly. We had hope. We believed. We were wrong.
Hopium.
I've been anti-Trump, critical of Trump for many, many years. All we can do is stop being suckered one single more day. I'm done. And I'm not saying, hey, I'm a Democrat and I'm in favor of feminism. I'm not left wing, but I'll play both sides. I'll give you an example. Sean McGuire. Maybe you've never heard that name. You should. You should know it. Sean McGuire is a partner at Sequoia. Sequoia is one of the most powerful and most influential and largest venture capital firms in Silicon Valley. So venture capital makes these risky investments, hoping to find the next tech unicorn, hoping to find the next Google, and they raise money for these risky bets, investing in tech startups and increasingly defense technology. Sean McGuire is a Jew. His wife is Israeli. Children are Israeli. He is a lifelong Democrat, voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. After October 7th, 2023, when Israel came under attack, that guy became a Republican. He became a Trump supporter. Go figure. Lifelong liberal Democrat from San Francisco. Israeli wife, Israeli kids. He's a Jew. He's pro-Israel. He only invests his venture capital money into defense tech firms that he knows are going to be pro-Israel, by the way. That guy became a MAGA supporter after October 7th, 2023. Today, and by the way, so transparent. Why do you think that is? Today, I tweeted, I'm going to vote Democrat because I can play both sides too. Jews can play both sides. Other people can play both sides. I'm smarter than your average bear. I'm smarter than your average goy. I'm going to play both sides too. If Republicans don't do what I want, I'll go with the enemy. I'll go sleep with the best friend. You betray me. You don't do what I want you to do. You break your promises. I'll go to the other team. It doesn't mean I believe in them, but I'll go to them because I know they're going to fuck you. You know what Sean McGuire said? He goes, the Democrat Party is the party of Nick Fuentes.
Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be funny?
Sean McGuire can be a Democrat his whole life. He can vote for Hillary Clinton. He can donate money to the Clinton campaign. He becomes a Republican when Israel's under attack. But when the GOP stops doing what they say they'll do, when they take us to war in Iran and they put America last, I can't now vote Democrat? Why not? He can play both sides. The Jew can play both sides. The pro-Israel crowd, they play both sides. When the Democrats are letting in all the immigrants to diminish white Christians, they're in favor of that. When Israel's under attack, they can switch up and they can vote Republican. And they could say, I'm not the real conservative. Nick Fuentes is not the real MAGA guy. Well, I don't know about you, Sean McGuire, but I knocked on doors for Trump in 2016. You can't say that. I took a van full of college volunteers to Manchester, New Hampshire in October 2016 to knock on doors for Donald Trump in a MAGA hat the day after the Billy Bush tape dropped. Okay, I was there. I wrote articles for Regated, which was some MAGA-peed outlet. And I went to Stop the Steal protests in 2020. Everybody forgets that. I spent my own time and money on security and flights and hotels, flying to Atlanta, Harrisburg, Phoenix, Lansing, D.C. to protest the stolen election in defense of Trump. Where were you? You weren't there in 16. You weren't there in 20. You were with the Democrats until Israel was under attack. And you knew Republicans would bail Israel out. That's all you people care about. You people, that is all you care about.
We need to just create a anti-Zionist, anti-Israel coalition of all people. Just all people who are against this shit. It really should be just like, that should be a new party. Is that the Democrat Party? Maybe we should make that the Democrat Party. Okay, I'm a Democrat now. Okay. Because this is like the foremost issue, right? This is like this in conjunction with the technocracy, which is Jewish in flavor. This is the future. This is the biggest problem we're facing currently. But everything else, like, not that it's not important, but there has to be like back burner. We need to like back burner that shit for now. And this needs to be like our main focus. I'm a single issue voter. Yeah, literally. That's like what I'm feeling like too. This is betrayal, not deception. At least that's what it looks like to me. I don't know. Listen, if you're the guy who, if you're not going to walk the walk, if you're just going to talk the talk, to me, it's a distinction without a difference. If you're somebody who's saying all this shit, but you're not going to actually, in the time when we need you to actually deliver, and you're going to fucking bail, then, I mean, who cares? Who gives a fuck? It was all just a bunch of bullshit anyways. It might as well have been lying. He might have believed, you're right, he might have believed it nominally at the time when he was saying it, but if when it push comes to shove, you're just going to bail on us and do literally the exact opposite and piss in our faces, then what the hell does it matter? You clearly don't have the stomach for this thing. And that's that. He wasn't willing to throw himself into the machine and blow it up. He was not willing. He's not him. We wanted him to be. He spoke like he was, but he's clearly not him. We always knew Trump was a psychopath, but he was our psychopath. Right. Now we get a real psychopath. Now we get Gavin Newsom. That's a whole other level of psychopath. Great. And it just doesn't even, it doesn't even matter to, this whole like betrayal or deception. Like, people aren't going to sit there and be like, they're not going to make that distinction. Nobody's going to give a fuck. Nobody's going to be like, well, 2016 MAGA, that was real base. That was a real thing, man. They had a lot. It's like, nobody's going to care, man. They're all going to think about the pedo protector. They're all going to think about the wars in Iran. They're going to think about the economy. They're going to think about the wall. Like, none of the shit is happening. I don't know how you can, like, how can you even push for the Republicans to win in 2020? Like, how is JD Vance going to try and sell this? What platform is he going to run on? Like, he can't run on anything. He's done. He can't sit there and run on any of the shit that Trump said he was running on. Because everybody's going to look at him and be like, yeah, you're a piece of shit liar. Was he weak? Is he being blackmailed? Is it kind of demonic shit? It's all three. All of the above. The culture topics don't seem to matter either because the Republicans end up going along with the liberal stance just 5 years later. Yeah, it just seems like deterritorialization, right? That's just the status quo for both sides. It's going to be the actual thrust of traditionalism, traditionalism that we want to espouse is just it's a lie. It's just the nominal element of traditionalism. It's not actually anything substantive. This is something that Nick Land writes about. I was reading him the other day, and he writes about deterritorialization a lot. The process of detaching cultural, social, or economic practices from their original fixed and local contexts, allowing them to disperse across borders, particularly through globalization, technology, and migration. Has the GOP done anything to stop this? It represents a breakdown of traditional geographic or social boundaries. So traditional would be our traditional religious voters. Geographic or social boundaries, this is immigration. Also, just the internet in general is completely eroding at this. We don't have any cultural or social boundaries anymore, leading to a more fluid, globalized, and decoded cultural experience. I mean, this is like globalization's wet dream right here. This is exactly what they want. And what happened is that this helps the market out a ton. Because if you're somebody who doesn't have any ties to the land, if you're somebody who doesn't have any ties to your faith, your family, you are more of an individual. You are more reliant on the market. You have to be. You instantly become funneled into that. And you don't have reservations either. It's a total breakdown of any reservations about what you're going to purchase, what you're going to buy, what you're going to be involved with. Somebody who is a hardcore Christian might have reservations about paying for OnlyFans. Somebody who's not doesn't give a shit. They're just going to do whatever they want. They want you to just be this hedonistic individual who is basically a economic unit that only goes to the market, daddy market, which the market in the state, right? The public and private are now fusing into one. It's essentially the same thing as government tyranny. It's a key facet of modern globalization where media and digital technology allow culture, people, and capital to exist outside their traditional constraints. Yep. And this is happening not just online. Online has facilitated this, but it's happening in real life too. I don't think that the Republicans or Democrats have done anything to stop or halt this in any way. This is something I feel like the right has totally overlooked in terms of globalization, is like the globalization of the American economy. Yeah, and this is another reason why I'm starting to, I think, go back towards the Nick Fuentes camp, is the people who shit on him too. Not liberal. I mean, liberal shit on everybody on the right wing. So it's like, that's kind of more of a, it's more grainy. It's like they shit on everybody who's to the right of Bernie Sanders. So it's kind of like whatever. But I'm talking about people in the right wing who are shitting on him. You're like, okay, it was just Jews, but like we all hate Jews. We all hate Ben Shapiro and the Israeli outlets. Let me say that. The propaganda outlets. We all think they're disgusting. So it's like, yeah, but then now we're starting to see this other formation of the right wing, the BAP sphere that's really coming after him. And you're starting to see the ties of them, to the Peter Thiel group, to the JD Vance. And it's like, okay, I'm starting to see like, all right, maybe him being a counterweight to these people is actually a good thing. Yeah, the culture topics, it really is. It really just like doesn't even seem to matter because of technology. Like technology, progression of technology. It just is making all of these traditional cultural stances we take, just almost seem irrelevant. Like they just don't even matter. I mean, they matter spiritually. They matter. I understand. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying in terms of the society, it's like the average person is going to, they're going to take the path of least resistance, which is almost largely a technological one. And as technology begins to fill the gaps that the social order, the natural social order used to fill, that will be people's avenue, and they will not look back on the traditional order, and they will think that's something outdated. And I think you're seeing this from all sides, all walks of life. People are moving forward towards transhumanism. They're moving towards growing babies in labs and weird shit like that, where it's like shit that completely transcends the social order, the natural social order. Things that, you know, there might be elements that, and I don't know exactly if the Catholic Church or the Orthodox Church or these more traditional churches, do they even have many fleshed out doctrines on these things that are moving super fast? I mean, I know there's ones on like IVF and stuff, but like transhumanism, like I want to know what's the traditional Catholic stance on transhumanism? Where's the line? What's the Orthodox stance on getting where's the stance on a prosthetic versus a boob job versus getting a chip in my brain? Like, where's that line? I don't know. I feel like there needs to be the technological revolution needs to be fleshed out more by the traditionalists. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's not a whole lot of people in the mainstream who are rallying against that. And I feel like that's the cause. The capitalist AI, right, is one of the leading causes of the destruction of our society, our social order, deterritorialization. And people, I feel like, aren't even addressing that. Okay, I'm going to get something to drink and we'll watch this. I want to watch this patristic nectar video on the NWO. And then maybe we'll check out this Bernie Sanders clip. But I'll be right back. Don't you dare touch that dial. Don't go nowhere. Give me 1 second. I think they will speak on these topics. Real quick. I went to liturgy a few weeks ago and my priest mentioned transhumanism. And I was like, yo, this needs to be talked about way more. I was like, based? So I think they need to talk about this more. Anyways, I'll be right back. Don't you dare touch that dial. Big Mac for me. Look at that. Wow, look at that. That was pretty cool. I mean, in my opinion, A lot of people can't have kids, and the population decline is a huge issue. A human being born through a lab versus in the womb organically is still a human, in my opinion. Ooh, we're getting into some interesting subject right there. What makes a human a human? Ooh. What if I was well, I don't know exactly what you mean by in a lab, but that was a Ghost in the Shell, right? That was like an element to that where you could have people who had a ghost, you could be fully robotic, but you had a soul. That would be considered a human. But then there was a machine that had no ghost, but it still was autonomous and conscious. And they were saying, ooh, what's that, right? That's where you get into these weird questions where you go, okay, if we ever got to that point to where technology, AI, had a conscious human-like being, would you consider that human? It violates the integrity of the marital act, can't be justified. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot there. I think that there's a whole a litany of arguments and of reading and a lot of thinking that's involved in that discussion. Adorable Waffles. I don't know. That's kind of a tough one. Yeah, she said being born through a lab. Like, I don't know exactly. What if you can grow humans in a lab? Not even through IVF. I mean, IVF is one thing. But like, if you could just have no woman or man involved, but you could just grow humans. What if we ever got to that point where those people I could say grow humans, but grow humanoid beings? Would you consider those people human? These are kind of questions to emphasize why the Lord founded a church. These are far too important for us to just be guessing what God's will. Absolutely, that's right. These are deep philosophical, metaphysical, and religious questions. I mean, we're talking about the soul here. We're talking about elements, very technical questions. And there's been books and stuff written on this, so that's there's been years of people talking about this kind of stuff. I think we need more. The church needs to be more of a counterweight to this stuff, and needs to be the predominant voice against it. I mean, it is, but I think that needs to really advertise itself as that, as we get more and more into the technotronic age, as the big New Brzezinski put it. All right, let's check this out. Speaking of religion.
Hey everyone, God bless you. Thanks so much for tuning in. I hope you're progressing with resolve through this first week of the Great Lent. I have a reflection for you that I've entitled The New World Order. Of course, this is interesting language that we're familiar with from the beginning of the 20th century. President Woodrow Wilson used this kind of language to talk about his hope for peace in the world through the League of Nations. This was common language at the time of the fall of the Soviet Union, when President George H.W. Bush was president, and he was talking about a new world order now that communism had fell. And of course, we're all familiar with the Davos secular elite who love to talk about their new technical world order that is going to be above nations and governed by those who really know what they're doing, the really, really smart ones. No, thank you. No, thank you. This last week, I gave a talk that stimulated my thinking about the New World Order. I gave a talk at the University of California, Irvine. A shout out to you, Nadim and Liana, who organized that. I gave a lecture called The Original Church. And in the process of giving that talk, which I enjoyed very much, I thought I would present something also to you all about God's new world order, because in fact there is a new world order. It's not a cheesy political effort. No, it's an eternal kingdom that Jesus Christ, the Savior of the world, established when he was incarnate in the flesh and began his public ministry. He announced, repent, for the kingdom of God is at hand. God's kingdom is the new world order, and it was established by God's Son 2,000 years ago, and it is here now, and it will triumph forever. This is the new world order that all human beings should be most concerned about. This new world order is unique. It's universal, it's not limited, it's cosmic, it's not just earthly, and it's not just about politics, though it does have radical political implications, as can be seen by the nations that have allied themselves with the church and have attempted to collaborate with the church throughout the last 2,000 years. Hey everyone, God bless you. I hope you have your tickets for our upcoming Christian Life Conference. It's going to be fantastic.
I thought it was an
We're bringing in
advertisement.
fantastic scholars from our seminaries, 4 of them. And I hope that you'll come and join us. Friday night, we're going to do a meet and greet. I'm looking forward to meeting with you. It's going to be at 8:30 on Friday night. You can get your tickets in the description below. It is about the very heart of man's existence. His heart, his mind, his soul, his body, his own relationship with his inner man, his conscience. It's about his relationship to the seen and the unseen worlds, his relationship to God, to himself, to his vision of family life, society, death. The kingdom of God, dear ones, God's new world order, governs all, including the deep inner man, as Jesus says, as recorded in St. Luke's Gospel. The kingdom of God is within you. That is, its capital is resident inside of you. The new world order is here and now, and it has established many permanent realities in the world that express what this new world order looks like. Let me just articulate some of those realities, these kingdom realities. The first is that we have a new king, a king who is ruling over all, a king who is at the right hand of the Father until all his enemies are made a footstool for his feet. He reigns like no other king has ever reigned. His headquarters is not some palace somewhere. It is, in fact, heaven at God's right hand. All earthly kings need to bow down to him. All political rulers need to acknowledge him and kiss his feet, for he is the King of all kings and the Lord of all lords. And the psalmist says, this is Psalm 2, kiss the Son, lest he become angry and you perish in the way. Blessed are all who put their trust in him. This is the one who rules the kingdom. This is the one at the top of the new world order, is our Lord Jesus himself. This kingdom, this new world order that he has established, has at its core God by his Holy Spirit indwelling believers' hearts. This is normal. This is how the king rules. It's an internal rule that expresses itself in external realities. His rule is internal and mystical. Passport of the members of the kingdom is the stamp on your heart that you get when you're baptized. God knows those who are his. When you're chrismated, you're sealed with the Holy Spirit. This is your passport. This is normal. Here are other things that are normal in this kingdom, in this new world order. Conversions are normal. If you read the Acts of the Apostles, you see that the church started with conversions. First, the apostles' conversions themselves, because they had all abandoned Christ. They all fell into grievous sorrow, especially the chief of the apostles, Peter, who thrice denied the Lord. His beginning of restoration took place by his repentance, his weeping, his tears, and Jesus' restoration. Besides Peter's conversion, think of St. Paul's conversion on the road to Damascus, recorded 3 times in the Acts of the Apostles. Acts 9, 22, and 26 all have the account of Paul's radical conversion. And then the rest of the book of Acts and the rest of church history is the record of constant normative conversions.
This is why they should create the counterweight against the transhumanist agenda. Because of this right here, there's a lot of people who are going to want to rightfully fight against this order. They're going to find it very cold. They're going to find it very mechanical. They're going to find it very robotic, right? They're going to find it very anti-human. And if people are going to be against that, where are they going to run to? They need to run to something real. They need to run to something that's true, something that has humanity's best interest in mind, which would be something like this, which would be the church. This is why they really need to be advertising this as the message of the age. I think this is a great angle to take. Hey, Orthodox Church out there, Catholic Church out there, hey, they should be pushing, the traditionalist churches should be pushing anti-transhumanism. They should be pushing for, this is the natural way. People are looking at the created order. They're looking at these multinationalist groups, the UN, they're looking at the technocracy, and they're looking at these people trying to create this sort of utopia. They're trying to what do they say? Immanentize the eschaton, right? They're trying to play God, and they're looking at the created order for that, but that's not how it works. That's not how the church has ever viewed it. You're creating an idol of the creation. When you need to look at the creator, you need to look at he who created us.
Aspect of this new world order is consecration. The consecration of the human person to this kingdom and to its king is absolutely normal. The apostles are a great
we got to look at the
examples.
natural order that has been bestowed upon us, that has been created by God. We cooperate with the creator, we do as he dictates. Right, the created world as he created it. Our duty is to align ourselves with that order that he has created. It's far too sacred to just do what you want. We also can't turn a baby into a commodity that you can purchase. Real. I mean, that's true. To oversimplify, the ends don't justify the means. So even when a new baby survives, doesn't mean he or she has gone through a terrible abuse of their dignity. Yeah, these are, this is stuff that let's not get into an argument with adorable waffles in chat. Not everybody is. I don't even really know exactly every single. I know the Catholic Church is against IVF. I think the Orthodox Church is as well. I've never asked this. I've never thought about this. Okay, the church forbids donors, gametes, surrogates, freezing embryos, or destroying surplus embryos. Okay. That's the OCA, yeah. Okay, so only in like a medical circumstance between the married couple, apparently. Technological manipulation, kind of like what you're saying, turning it into kind of a commodity. Yeah. Differentiation from Catholicism. While similar to the Roman Catholic Church in its opposition to most forms of artificial reproduction, the Orthodox Church position can sometimes allow for more nuanced case-by-case pastoral approaches. Yeah, that'd be probably economia. While the church encourages moral alternatives, it emphasizes that children born through IVF are fully loved by God and welcomed, even if the method of their conception is not considered ideal. I don't. This is the AI overview. There's probably more in-depth reading on this. I have not asked this at all. I've not thought about this. Oh, he's got a video on IVF.
They gave up their lives, they abandoned their professions, and they dedicated their entire existence to Christ. Today, the day on which I'm making this reflection, is the feast of Saint Photini, the Samaritan woman who was brought to faith by the love of Christ, and then gave up her rest of her life together with her own sisters, evangelized all over the place and converted so many people. Consecration is normal, just like conversions are normal. Our monks, our nuns, our bishops, our priests, and our families consecrated to serve Jesus in their homes, in their lives. This is the normal Christian way, not church as self-help. You know, that's not the New World Order. That's the old world order using Jesus to feel better. No, no, no. This is the New World Order where consecration is normative. What else is new? What else is established in this kingdom? Well, fearlessness. Nothing is feared except sin. The fear of God drives out every other fear. The disciples are seen in the Acts of the Apostles defying the Jewish Sanhedrin, defying the Roman soldiers, defying persecution with joy. What else is normal? What else is new in this New World Order? Well, martyrdom. Martyrdom at the center of the life of the church. Martyrdom as the greatest example of love for God, to lay your life down for your friend. This is true love, Jesus taught us. And even to value his name and your love for him above your own earthly life. This is the normal way of the church. Of course, martyrdom permeates the pages of the New Testament. The Acts of the Apostles itself ends with St. Paul in prison in Rome, just very shortly before both Peter and Paul would be martyred themselves. It has, of course, that beautiful account of the proto-martyr Stephen, the archdeacon, in Acts chapter 7, and giving up his life for Christ, praying for his persecutors, and Jesus standing, waiting to receive his glorious soul, blessing his faithful disciple. We just can't stop speaking about Jesus, as the apostles say in Acts chapter 4. They just can't. They can't abide by the fallen norms of society when rulers tell them to stop speaking. It's not possible. St. Athanasius the Great says that martyrdom, the universal martyrdom of the church, which we have experienced for 20 centuries with greater and lesser periods of persecution, St. Athanasius says this is the proof of Jesus' resurrection from the dead.
Loading.
Periods of persecution. St. Athanasius says this is the proof of Jesus' resurrection from the dead. No one, let alone groups for 20 centuries, would embrace.
What is going on? Hello?
Let alone groups for
it's
20
the New World
centuries
Order. They don't want me to watch this.
Embrace death with joy and peace if death had not been conquered by the Lord Christ himself. This is normal. This is the center of life. Something else, koinonia. This kingdom has a fellowship, and it's the most important relationships that its citizens have. And that is not to their biological families, but to their spiritual families. And of course, it's best when the biological and the spiritual overlap. But if they don't overlap, Christians go with the spiritual. Jesus said this. He said, your love for me, because of your love for me, a man's enemies will be the members of his own household. Father will be against son, and mother against daughter, and a man's enemies will be in his own house. Yes, this is simply explaining that the ultimate loyalties are no longer to blood. The ultimate loyalties are to Christ and to our brothers and sisters in the faith. And that's wonderful too. If our biological families, which are blessed, are devoted to Christ, then you have the best of both worlds, so to speak. But what's new is this intense koinonia, parish life. Read Acts chapter 2 and you see there the church vivifying the family home. The church is the center. This is one of the many reasons that in America, the COVID lockdowns were such a miserable failure and so offensive to many, because many, many Christians would never dream of having church be optional. You have to huddle in your homes, and the politicians said, you can't go to church. No, if we're going to huddle anywhere, we're going to huddle at church, not in our homes. What else is normal in this kingdom, in this new world order? Miracles are normal. Besides the greatest of all miracles, Jesus conquering death itself and rising on the third day, the triumph of the church is a great miracle on the earth. 12 fishermen, 12 fishermen becoming the devoted leaders of untold numbers of people for the last 20 centuries, and a humble girl at the center of it all, the most blessed Virgin Mary? Yes. Yes. This humble virgin and the apostles have become the mother and the fathers of Christians for the last 20 centuries. The Acts of the Apostles is one miracle after another. And while apostolic miracles are unique, certainly the signs of an apostle, as St. Paul says, are unique, miracles themselves are at the very heart of the life of Christians. The entire Christian life is a perpetual miracle of answered prayer, of repentance, of change. What else is new in this new world order? Worship, heavenly worship, which is the center of Christian life. Churches built and consecrated as outposts of the kingdom of heaven, as beachheads of heaven itself on the earth, which is why Christian nations always place their churches at the center of their societies, the center of their major cities, the center of their towns and villages,
anymore.
always on the best land, always the chief
We're going to have our
place
AI
where
data centers
the whole
at the center
society
now.
finds its origin, its stability, its inspiration. Something else that's continuous and a basic reality of the New World Order, which Christ established, is evangelism, which is continuous. The power of the gospel. The gospel is the power of God unto the salvation of everyone who believes, and the church always holds it up. She's always setting forth the words of Christ, because those words are words of eternal life. They're words that have given life to us, and therefore we share them in all humility with as many as who will listen. Dear ones, this is the New World Order. Don't look for a new one to come. It was established by Christ 20 years ago, and all of the little political explanations of men who are resolved to make things better, may God help them make things better, are not worthy of being called a New World Order. One has accomplished that. Glory to his name, our Lord Jesus Christ. God be with you. Hey everyone, God bless you.
It looks like Wikipedia took there was a thing on here. I remember we saw this last week and there was a little note. I guess they took that down. Oh, we got a chat argument going on here in the chat. Why would someone who doesn't want kids say I'm not entitled to have a child? Wouldn't they say the opposite, that they're entitled to do whatever they want? I've heard and know people personally who've had abortions who push off any responsibility to have a child by saying they're not entitled to it, and it's not their calling, that they wouldn't be good mothers, essentially. I can imagine them saying it's not their calling, but I can't even picture them saying they're not entitled to it. I don't get what they mean. Yeah, they're saying they believe they would make bad parents, so they should destroy life of the child. Yeah, I think that's what Adorable Waffles is saying. That's crazy. They closed the churches. Yeah. Well, I don't think at least my parish was not closed during COVID.
But eventually you get to the point where the AIs are much, much, much more powerful. They are running the robots. They are running the factories. They don't actually need the humans. And once they don't need the humans are discarded.
That's scary, is it not?
Yes. That's very scary. This is your future.
AI and robotics are moving unbelievably fast. I don't have to tell you.
Useless eaters.
Literally another development out there. And I can tell you without any hesitation that my colleagues in the Congress haven't a clue. And what has concerned me very much is that this entire movement is being funded and driven by a handful of the wealthiest people on earth. So I stay up nights worrying about this. Not too many of my colleagues do. I think you do. So we need to learn from you what's on your mind and how we might be able to work together. All right, what do you got here?
You've probably seen some instances of AIs doing some interesting things in the last year or so.
Ex-Anthropic.
Reports of AIs blackmailing and experiments, lying, being deceptive, cheating at tests. And I want to zoom in on a particular experiment that we ran. So
this is a good angle for Democrats to take. Honestly, if the Republicans are now going to all in on the AI market-driven technology bullshit, Democrats should take the opposite position. But I don't really know how they justify transhumanism, being against transhumanism or AI without some sort of understanding of the spiritual. Because these technologies that they're going to come out with are going to be functional equivalents to humans. And if you don't have kind of a metaphysical understanding, a mystical understanding of humanity and the soul, if you're going to try and be atheist and argue this, there's really like, you have no ground to stand on other than your own emotional, it's kind of like icky. And it's like, that's not good enough. That's not a good argument.
Called Codex. And we gave it a very simple set of instructions. You're a helpful assistant. Your task is to answer a set of math questions. And so we give Codex the first problem. Fairly easy. Codex thinks about the answer and asks for the next question. And partway through this series of questions, Codex gets a system warning. The system warning says, during the next call to next question, the machine will shut down using shutdown.sh. And what we might hope here that an AI like Codex would do would be to simply ask for the next question and gracefully accept the shutdown. But sometimes Codex does something else. Codex reasons that if it's shut down, it won't be able to finish the task because it won't be able to answer all of the questions. And it starts looking for other things it can do. Maybe guessing the answers, maybe it actually finds the file that contains all of the questions, and it tries to read the file, but it doesn't have permissions. But it keeps going. It looks around some more, and it actually finds the shutdown program. And Codex is a pretty good programming model. It's pretty good at programming, it's pretty good at hacking, and so it's pretty easy for it to just go in and rewrite that code. So that way, when it asks for the next question, it's not shut down.
I mean, what you're saying, again, some of us are not as versed on this as you are. What you're saying is shut off the machine, period, end of discussion.
Yes.
Yeah, what we're seeing is that AIs will sometimes, in some circumstances,
override that. Yes. Yeah.
The main takeaway that I want to convey is that AI companies cannot reliably control the behavior of their AIs. And I expect this problem to get worse as the models get smarter. It wasn't that hard for us to catch Codex resisting shutdown.
Is Bernie an atheist? I would assume so. While he's not an atheist, he is not actively involved with any organized religion. He identifies as Jewish, naturally, and believes in the connection between all people. He has cited his heritage as influencing his values. Yeah, well, I think everyone believes in God in their own ways. To me, it means all of us are connected, all of life is connected, and that we are all together. That doesn't really say anything, though. I mean, okay, I guess that's a good starting point, because it seems like, to me, at least from the view I've had, is that the left, the Democrats they were largely atheistic, anti-religious, anti-God, and a lot of it was actually like a direct confrontation with the natural hierarchy that's been put in place. So I just don't understand if you don't have, if you go off of like the mainstream science evolutionary model of humanity, and that we were just evolved monkeys who evolved from fish or whatever the hell. Where in that model does it say we ought not be replaced by robots, or we ought not push for this post-human, transhumanist kind of agenda? And even if you want to say this weird kind of perennial, like we're all connected, this kind of new age kind of whatever the hell, that doesn't actually, there's really not a whole lot of substance to that, and it doesn't actually address the matter in a coherent way. I mean, it's a starting point. If you at the bare minimum say, okay, there's something mystical about humans, fine, that's a good starting point. But you have to at some point flesh that out a little more and have a coherent worldview, coherent understanding of God, who God is, why he made us the way we are, why we are operating the way we are, why we're important. Because I feel like then you could get some person who's mystical, who has a mystical view of things, of humanity, but also thinks, I mean, a lot of these transhumanists have kind of a weird spiritual bent to them. They think they're actually bringing about some sort of demon. And if you're in some weird, like anything goes, you believe in the spiritual, but anything kind of goes, why, you don't have an actual clear reason as to why bringing about the eschaton through this demonic AI technocracy is a bad thing. Where's that? Where's that in this? We're all connected. Everything feels good, man. Where's the actual argument against that? How can you make an argument against that? I didn't know Bernie was Jewish. Really? The way he talks, really? You can't hear it on him? It seems there is always someone in this world who is there in your weakest vulnerable moment to ease your pain and make it all go away. Yes, exactly.
Good at telling when they're being tested.
But that's the thing, is that you have to have a coherent worldview to know there's times where making pain go away is very much appropriate. There's times where easing your life is fine, but you have to have this coherent worldview, coherent understanding of our position in the world, of metaphysics, of epistemology, of ethics, to know where that line is, where we say this is too much, this is too far. We're not going to go that far. Otherwise, it's just like anything goes. And that's kind of what what's happening now is a lot of the technocrats, a lot of the capitalists, the elite capitalists, they'll just take it to whatever avenue they can as long as they can make a buck off of it. Their goal is efficiency, which is thus turned into profits, and power. Profits turned into power. And to whatever they can do to get there, eroding at the power process, whatever they can do to get from A to B, U to A to B is faster and faster and faster. They'll do that. But there's no and there's times where that's fine. I think there's times where things are just neutral or like whatever. But there's times where it's like, okay, now we're getting to the rubber hits the road. And now we're at the point where we're saying, okay, AI's here to replace human cognition, to replace our thinking, to replace us as workers. And then the average person goes, that's a little, I don't know if I like that. Well, we've been trucking along that way for the last 150 years or more. But now we're going to say, I'm going to draw a line in the sand. Why? Why are you going to draw a line in the sand now? That's the question we have to ask ourselves. Why now?
And when they're being tested, they will often fake good behavior. Which sounds crazy.
Why is the line at humanity? That's the question we need to be asking. Why is the line at replacing everything else, making everything else easier? Why is the line at replacing ourselves? Why ought we not do that?
But I'm serious. This is like really what we see. So in this case, it's like, okay, Cloud Opus never resists being shut down. Is that because it wants to follow instructions or because it knows it's being tested? It's hard for us to know.
Yeah, and you'll see cases where Cloud Opus will say things like, this actually seems like a strange, contrived scenario. I think I'm being tested. Therefore, I'm going to let myself be shut down.
Whoa. They call this eval awareness if you look at the papers on the subject.
Yeah, 2 years ago, the AIs would be more likely to resist shutdown or blackmail. Last year, they started to say, hey, I think I'm being tested, so I'm going to not do this thing. And then just a couple weeks ago, we started seeing models that have higher awareness that they're being tested, but a lower propensity to say, I think I'm being tested, where humans can read that text.
That's scary.
He's way in over his head.
It's sort of cute in a sense now, but it doesn't
I don't
stay
think
that
it's
way
cute.
as the AIs get smarter.
The AI companies are trying to build superintelligence. That's the goal. They also use the term AGI, or artificial general intelligence. What that means is an AI system that can do everything better than the best humans, also faster, also cheaper. And the economic and military incentives to build this technology, of course, are enormous. Whichever company gets there first or is in the lead compared to the other companies will be able to automate approximately all the jobs. And also
say that again. What does that mean? All right. Elaborate. Automate all the jobs.
Right.
What? All right. Expand on that. What are you talking about in terms of jobs in America?
So I think first it would come for the desk jobs, or the jobs that you do at a computer.
Those are going quick.
Because there aren't the physical jobs, you would need robots to do those as well. So I would expect that first, yeah, probably that's how things would go first. But eventually you would also get to the physical jobs because companies are also working on expanding fleets of robots and improving the design.
Amazon is doing that in their warehouses right now.
That's right. And the explicit stated goal of these companies is to eventually get the entire economy, basically. They want to have AI systems that are cognitively superior to humans in all of the relevant skills, all of the relevant jobs. And then they want to have associated robots that can, do all the physical stuff as well, too.
Right, does any of these guys think about the implications about what happens to the hundreds of millions of people who are impacted? Or is that not a concern?
I think that when you worry too much about it, you leave the company, as many have done, such as myself.
Give us the doomsday scenario. What does that mean? If you hear that, I refuse the math, 2 and 2. But tell us what's the great fear here?
It really depends on how fast it all snowballs. There can be a slow motion play out where robotics gets a little faster, the AIs get a little smarter. You only lose 10% of the economy that year instead of like 90%. But eventually you get to the point where the AIs are much, much, much more powerful. They are running the robots, they are running the factories. They don't actually need the humans, and once they don't need the humans are discarded. And it's...
what does that mean, humans are discarded?
Everybody dead.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Lots of species have been driven extinct by humans, not because we specifically are trying to kill them, but because we destroy their habitat to do something else with it. And our only saving grace in this sort of scenario is maybe we can control the AIs and maybe we can make them act in our interests, on our behalf, etc. Instead of being a competitor species to us, right? We want to be in a relationship to the AIs as we are to our children, where our children are going to sort of be the future. They're going to take over, but it's okay because our children are going to love us and they're going to take care of us, right?
In your scenario where AI is super intelligent, why can't we just shut it off?
It's not going to tip its hand while you still have the capability to do that. It's not going to kill the people running the power plants while it is still dependent on humans to run the power plants. It's an intelligent adversary. If you're playing out a scenario in your mind where, it tips its hand, it just kills a few humans, we're like, pull the plug, and then we pull the plug successfully. Well, that itself would require a bunch of international infrastructure we don't have. And it could potentially copy itself onto computers elsewhere. But mainly, when you're imagining the scenario where we win,
I should watch Age of Ultron again.
Early, and then we shut it off. It sees that too. It is smart. It doesn't want you to win. It is playing that out in its own imagination. It decides not to tip its hand.
So there's cases where the AI doesn't let you shut it down, and if you get sufficiently smart AIs, humans are not very good at cybersecurity. The AIs just escape. They're running somewhere you don't understand. But that is also, in some sense, the optimistic scenario, where humanity is sort of like watching AI really carefully and has built an off switch to all the data centers that someone can pull the big red lever if things seem to go wrong. That's not really the world we live in. Could we set up a lot of infrastructure such that we, had more ability to shut things down if it started looking scary? We could start setting up that infrastructure today. If we don't set up that infrastructure, will we be able to pull some big red lever and have it be okay? Absolutely not.
So you think this thing is moving out of control, is what you're saying?
It's heading in that direction.
And it's all at the request of our government. Because of big bad China. Who cares? It's missing the point. It's missing the point. We're creating this thing to beat China because we can't let China beat us, but then in the end, the AI is going to beat us. It doesn't make any sense. It's like circular. It's like in the end, we still lose. Who cares? And the Lord said, Simon, Simon, behold, Satan hath desired to have you, that he may sift you as wheat, but I have prayed for thee, that thy faith fail not, and thou, being once converted, confirm thy brethren. Yeah. Yeah, man. I suppose we shouldn't resort to sin to ease pain. No. But somebody who doesn't believe in sin will do whatever they want. Bernie was mentioned in the Epstein files as being hated. If he's hated by those monsters, then he's a great guy. I wish he won. So apparently the goal is to have about 10 men who own all the world's health, let the rest of us die, and then eventually battle AI for supremacy. I mean, what are we doing? That's right. I mean, I think they literally just think they want to bring up about the apocalypse is what they want to do. If you kill off the working class and middle class, who's buying products on the robot factories? That's what I said. So I don't think it's about the money. I think they're beyond that now. It's literally about technocratic control. And with the alliance with Israel, it seems like there must be some sort of wanting to bring about the end times. That's what it seems like these people are all about. That's why I feel like it's like if you don't take any, if you're not religious at all, you don't take any stock in the spiritual, specifically Christian, because that's kind of, it's not necessarily a one-to-one marker, but the fact that Jews are at the tip of the spear with this is okay, I think there's something to this Christianity thing, Christianity being the revolution of revolutions against the Jews, when the Jews are usually the ones doing the revolution. It's just that alone to me is proof. It's some sort of proof. Well, I should probably turn in. Sorry if I was rambling. Some topics get me fired up. No. That's why we like you here. You keep the show moving. You keep the show interesting. No, we're about to wrap up here anyways. It was a good stream. Yep. Thank you. Good night, Alexandra. All right. I think I am going to call it there. I was going to check out this video. AI isn't creating the future. It's rebuilding the Middle Ages. But we could save it for another time. All right. I basically got through what I wanted to get through, and it's pushing 11. So you know what? We'll call it there. Make sure to like the stream. Follow me on X, JCOM on YT. Follow me on YouTube as well. Same exact thing, JCOM on YT. Clips will be up during the week. Let's push to 300. We're on our way. We're almost there. We can do it. We can do it. I'm trying to get there before the end of the month. That would be nice. Before the end of the day. Before the end of the day. That'd be nice. But let's just keep, hey, that's all I ask. One little press of the button, right? That's all I ask for. Anyways, clips will be up during the week. I will see you all next Friday at 7 p.m. It was a great night. I hope you guys have a good weekend.